Chapter 51-55. I just praise you a little before you turn around and ran away. Aren't you too disappointing? Where's the face of the heavenly Tao, old monster? Seeing the two heavenly Tao ferocious beasts turn around and run, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. Unfortunately, even if you split up and run, you won't be able to change anything. I will kill you one by one. Swish, before the voice of the divine sense could finish, an incomparably weak sound of something tearing through the air rang out. His incomparably huge figure directly appeared billions of miles behind the heavenly Tao ferocious beast on the left. Suitable in the process of killing the demonic blood heavenly bull over a dozen times within 3 breaths, Yixian did not have time to dodge the attacks of the two heavenly Tao ferocious beasts at all. All of them landed on his body. It was impossible to say that it did not hurt. After all, it was a full-powered attack from a heavenly Tao expert. At that time, Yixian felt his blood boil, and he was rather angry. Therefore, now that he was close to one of the beasts, he did not hesitate at all and immediately threw a punch. Rumble, bang! A loud sound rang out in the sky. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast could not dodge in time. The huge fist that was like a meteor smashed directly onto its huge body. This fellow was the other mid-stage heavenly Tao ferocious beast. It could not withstand Yixian's full-powered attack at all. Its huge body exploded the moment the huge fist landed, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Phew! The sound of strong wind could be heard. Yixian, who was in the form of a violent bear, waved his hand. An incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the condensation of blood essence. Division in addition, 2 rays of light shot over and landed in Yixian's heart. They were 2 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. The entire process flowed smoothly like flowing water, and it terrified the last ferocious beast out of its wits. While its figure shook violently, it didn't stop moving, and the voice of begging for mercy resounded out. Fellow Taoist Balrog, you've already achieved your objective. From today onwards, the 8th position on the Heaven Tao ferocious beast rankings on the left bank is yours. I haven't ascended the rankings, so it's useless to kill me. Kacha. Yixian's eyes flickered with a dark light. Seeing that this old fellow was about to escape, he immediately activated the spirit core that was floating above his sea of consciousness. In that instant, his mental energy moved and directly activated the spirit lightning technique. With a crisp cracking sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of thousands of miles appeared above the head of the late-stage ferocious beast in the distance. While it was unprepared, the old guy's figure immediately stopped in the void. Obviously, it was confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian teleported and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. With a cold glint in his eyes, he smashed his huge fist down, one after another, bang, bang, bang. After only 3 hits, the old man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. There were 3 rays of light in the blood mist. They were 3 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. 1. It wouldn't be a waste. The blood mist and heavenly Tao origin liquid were swept over, and Yixian directly absorbed them into his body. This battle came to an end. His harvest was not small. He had obtained 4 heavenly Tao blood essences and more than 10 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid, which made Yixian extremely satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just a battle like this. The gains from the previous breakthrough were not enough to completely integrate them. The opportunity for another breakthrough has yet to come. Feeling the power in his body, Yixian muttered softly, a trace of regret appearing on his face. However, he subconsciously clenched his fists. But it doesn't matter. One battle is not enough. I'll continue. Next target, ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Phoenix-tailed blood fox. Hiss! Just as he finished muttering, an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth could be heard. Xian did not stay any longer and directly tore open a spatial rift with a wave of his hand. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately rushed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even after he disappeared, the huge heavenly bull forbidden area was still deathly silent. After a while, from the abandoned stars in the depths of the forbidden area, figures finally rushed out one after another. These figures were all supreme experts and desolate sovereigns of the heavenly bull forbidden area. There were quite a few of them, but it was obvious that they were all scared out of their wits. All of their faces were filled with fear that could not be dispersed, and even their bodies were slightly trembling. As they looked at each other, the supreme expert and the desolate sovereign slowly regained their senses. In an instant, a tidal wave of cries of alarm resounded throughout the entire forbidden star field. Damn it! Where did this violent bear come from? It's actually so ferocious. After the violent ape from all those years ago was annihilated and forced into the chaotic flows of the primordial chaos, a similarly hateful, violent starry sky bear appeared on the left bank. Its methods were too cruel, its actions were too arrogant, and actually almost annihilated our heavenly ox forbidden land. With such arrogant actions, he is destined to not be arrogant for long. He will soon be suppressed. So what if he is at the peak of the 9th stage, great perfection? So what if he can suppress Lord Heavenly Bull, who is ranked 8th on the left bank? Back then, the violent ape was so stunning, but it still couldn't escape the fate of being exiled. This violent bear is far from it. Once the news spreads, his misfortune will soon descend. This violent bear won't be able to jump for long. Roar! Ruthless, as the final roar and howl rang out, some of the powerful beings and desolate supremes rushed out of the heavenly bull forbidden land's star domain and scattered in all directions. We have to spread the news of the violent bear of the starry sky as soon as possible and incite public anger. We have to let the heavenly beasts of the other forbidden areas on the left bank, and even the 3 grand mist old monsters who are guarding the left bank, take revenge for the heavenly bull forbidden area. Now, among the top 10 heavenly beasts of the left bank, 4 of them have been killed by Xian. Ro the dragon whale, ranked 10th. The frost blood blue crocodile, ranked 9th. The demonic blood heavenly bull, ranked 8th. And the overbearing blood silver wolf, ranked 6th. However, among the 4 heavenly beasts of the left bank, the demonic blood heavenly bull, ranked 8th, was killed by Xian using the identity of the violent bear of the starry sky. So, until now, the outside world still didn't know his true identity. They didn't know that the master of the magic hall, Xian, had returned from the grand mist turbulence. This time, the great battle in the heavenly bull forbidden area didn't allow Xian to once again obtain an opportunity to break through. However, he wasn't far away, and the next place he needed to go was the Blood Fox forbidden area. If nothing unexpected happened, the opportunity to break through again would come after this battle. The Blood Fox forbidden area was also located on the left bank. Although it was not far from the heavenly bull forbidden area, it was not close either. The strongest person guarding the Blood Fox forbidden area was a phoenix tail blood fox. This old fellow was ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly beasts of the left bank. Its cultivation base was second only to the overbearing blood silver wolf that Xian had killed. The Blood Fox forbidden area was also located on the left bank. The strongest person guarding the Blood Fox forbidden area was the phoenix tail blood fox. This old fellow was ranked 7th on the left bank's heavenly beasts of the left bank. Its cultivation base was second only to the overbearing blood silver wolf that Xian had killed. It was obvious that there wasn't only one heavenly Dao, ferocious beast, in the forbidden land of Fox. Xian didn't know how many heavenly Dao ferocious beasts there were in the forbidden land, so he didn't care. With his current cultivation base, what did he have to fear, even if there were more heavenly beasts in the Blood Fox forbidden area? After leaving the heavenly bull forbidden area, Xian shrunk his body. Although he was still in his violent bear form, he was only about 3 meters tall. Moreover, he used the perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique again to hide his body and aura in an instant. He immediately rushed toward the Blood Fox Forbidden Area. It only took him a day to arrive at the Blood Fox Forbidden Land. He directly rushed into the Forbidden Land star region and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire vast void of the Blood Fox Forbidden Land. At the same time, his figure and aura that had been concealed by the secret technique of the perfect vibration of spiritual power were also revealed at that time. The news of the tragic murder in the Heavenly Bull Forbidden Area had not reached here yet. Therefore, the ferocious beasts in the Blood Fox Forbidden Area were completely unaware of the appearance of the violent star bear and its rampage on the left bank. Now that a peak Heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage had suddenly barged into the Blood Fox Forbidden Area without permission, it immediately attracted the attention of the Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Blood Fox Forbidden Area. Xian's divine sense had already completely enveloped the void of the Blood Fox Forbidden Area. He captured a total of 3 Heavenly Tao auras, and he instantly locked onto them. Roar! Ruthless, violent bear! Why have you barged into my Blood Fox Forbidden Area? You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave easily today. When Yi Xian spoke, a heaven-shaking roar and ruthless howl sounded out from the depths of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds. There was even an arrogant and disdainful voice of divine sense that didn't contain the slightest bit of fear. This existence that was clamoring for Yi Xian to give an explanation, or else it would be difficult for him to leave, was clearly the strongest person in the Forbidden Area, the Phoenix-tail blood fox that was ranked 7th on the Heavenly Tao ferocious beast list on the left bank. This old fellow was very arrogant. Yi Xian was also a peak Heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage, but he spoke like this. It was obvious that he did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. It was no wonder that the existence ranked 7th on the Heavenly Tao's Heavenly Beast list on the left bank had the right to be proud. Here at this moment, as the incomparably cold and arrogant divine sense sound resounded through the void, 3 rays of light shot over from 3 different directions in the deepest part of the star domain. These were the 3 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were currently guarding the Blood Fox Forbidden Area. Here the one that shot over was the phoenix-tailed blood fox. This old fellow was 50 million kilometers in size, and his form was that of a blood fox. His entire body was covered in a blood-red mane that made one's heart palpitate. However, there were countless furry blood-red foxtails behind him that looked like phoenix tails. That was why he was called the phoenix-tailed blood fox. In addition to this phoenix-tailed blood fox, there were also 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that shot over from the left and right sides of the Forbidden Area. Their cultivation was not weak, and they were all at the late stage of the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao. Only 3? It's a little small, but it's basically enough for me to move my muscles and bones. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes when he saw the 3 old fellows shooting over. At the same time that his divine sense sounded out, he instantly activated the Blood Sea secret technique. His figure, which was originally only around 3 meters tall, expanded in the blink of an eye and only stopped when he was 50 million kilometers away. Roar! Come together and save me the trouble. I'll get rid of all of you together. Raising his head and roaring, the violent bear that was 50 million kilometers in size took large strides forward in the void. The words that came out of its mouth were even more arrogant than the phoenix-tailed blood fox. This unknown violent star bear actually dared to speak like this. This was simply a slap in the face, causing the phoenix-tailed blood fox to fly into a rage. He immediately made a move and attacked with all his strength. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Phoenix tail covers the sky. Rumble, whoosh, 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 an incomparably cold light flashed in the phoenix-tailed Heavenly Fox's eyes. As soon as the voice of his divine sense sounded, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded in the void, and a strange and inexplicable aura instantly spread out. It was accompanied by countless dense and sharp sounds of the air being torn apart, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was very clear that in his fury, the old fellow had actually executed his strongest bloodline ability. Phoenix Tail covers the sky. Behind his enormous body that was 50 million kilometers in size, there were originally countless furry foxtails that were intertwined together. They were even larger than his body. Now, with the execution of his strongest bloodline ability, Phoenix Tail covers the sky. The countless blood-colored foxtails behind the Phoenix Tail blood fox instantly loosened and spread out. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the sky and earth and shot toward Xianxia from all directions. In just half a breath, they had already enveloped 10 billion kilometers of the void. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the two late-stage Heavenly Tao experts that had shot over from the left and right of the depths of the Blood Fox Forbidden Land once again raised their heads and let out a wild roar. Without the slightest hesitation, their figures were like lightning, and they directly charged into the 10 billion kilometers of void that was enveloped by countless huge fox tails. A cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He turned around and saw that the void within 10 billion kilometers had already been sealed. Huge blood-colored fox tails were everywhere, and they were as agile as giant pythons in the starry sky as they attacked him together. Apart from, with these countless strange foxtails, there were also three incomparably huge figures in three different directions. They also activated the strongest power in their bodies and attacked with loud rumbles. This scene indeed gave people a feeling of astonishing power. Even if it was an ordinary person at the peak of the ninth step, when suddenly trapped in such a situation, their heart would probably suddenly sink and they would have a bad feeling. However, Yixian was the opposite. When he saw the Phoenix Tail Blood Fox use its strongest bloodline ability to seal him in a cramped place with a radius of 10 billion kilometers, it even immediately joined forces with the other two Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were guarding the Blood Fox Forbidden Land and attacked him with all their might. Such a scene refreshed his spirits and even gave birth to a feeling of joy. Here Yixian's goal in coming to the Blood Fox Forbidden Land this time was not as simple as killing these three Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. What he really wanted was to use this kind of hunting to temper himself as much as possible in a bloody battle. How without a doubt, this seemingly dangerous situation was the best for Yixian's goal of tempering himself in a bloody battle. In other words, all of this was actually what he wanted. The three of you are really too considerate. You are so enthusiastic right from the start. You are really making this sovereign happy. No matter what. Thank you. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent bear had already rushed out. Its pair of iron fists danced in the air, and in an instant, it started a bloody battle with the three Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the countless python-like foxtails that covered the sky and covered the earth. The three of you are really too considerate. You are so enthusiastic right from the start. You are really making this sovereign happy. No matter what. Thank you. Before the voice of the divine sense could finish, the violent bear form of Yixian had already rushed out. Its pair of iron fists danced in the air, and in an instant, it started a bloody battle with the three Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the countless python-like foxtails that covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom! Rumble, roar, screech. In the air, an earth-shattering rumble instantly sounded out, causing one to be shocked. However, this vast space of 10 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the countless giant blood-colored foxtails behind the phoenix-tailed blood fox. From the outside, it was impossible to see the scene of the great battle inside, where, therefore, the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Grounds in the depths of the Blood Fox Forbidden Grounds were not worried at all. There were even some mighty figures and desolate supremacy beasts of the Forbidden Grounds who rushed out of their respective cave abodes and stood in the void to watch the battle from afar. Although, however, the cultivation of the starry sky violent bear that suddenly invaded this time was not weak. It was a peak Heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the ninth stage. However, the strongest person guarding their Blood Fox Forbidden Land, the Phoenix Tail Blood Fox, was also an expert of this realm. Moreover, it was ranked 7th on the ferocious beast list of the heavenly Tao on the left bank. Coupled with the other two late-stage 7th-order heavenly Tao beasts, it was a 3-on-1 battle. In their opinion, the battle would definitely be one-sided. Time slowly passed, and the great battle continued. In this 10 billion-kilometer space, sealed by countless blood-colored foxtails, earth-shattering rumbles continued without end. It could be seen how intense the bloody battle inside was. At the beginning, the roars and howls were still very noisy, but later on, after 2 consecutive explosions, the originally noisy roars and howls in this space, sealed by countless blood-colored foxtails, instantly decreased by a lot. However, the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the blood fox forbidden grounds who were watching the battle from afar did not think too much about it. This was because they did not think that this violent bear that had come to court death would have a chance to leave this place alive today. Very quickly, the time it took to eat a meal passed. Bang, 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 a whoa. At this moment, 7 or 8 earth-shattering sounds were heard in succession, followed by an incomparably shrill scream, causing the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the blood fox forbidden grounds who were watching from afar to be stunned at the same time. This was because this scream was too familiar. It was the voice of the strongest person in the blood fox forbidden grounds, the phoenix-tailed blood fox. At this moment, a thought flashed through their minds. Their bodies trembled violently, and their faces turned pale. They all gasped, bang. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the battlefield in front of them once again shook the heavens. The countless blood-colored foxtails that covered billions of miles of space exploded at the same time, turning into a vast and boundless blood mist that filled the void. Then, when the blood-red fox tails exploded, everything within the sealed space was revealed. Surprisingly, there was only one figure inside. Shockingly, it was the violent starry sky bear that had invaded today. Until the other 2 late-stage ferocious beasts that were guarding the phoenix-tailed blood fox and the blood fox forbidden grounds had long disappeared. It was obvious that they had fallen, and even their bodies had been blown apart. Whoosh, the howling of the wind sounded. Xianxia, who was in the form of a violent bear, waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic, invisible force whizzed out. The boundless blood mist that was spreading in the surrounding void was instantly swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Division in addition, there were also more than 10 rays of light that shot over and landed in Yixian's heart. They were more than 10 portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. In this battle, he had once again obtained 3 heavenly Tao blood essences. As for the heavenly Tao origin liquid, his harvest was also not small. There were more than 10 portions, which made Yixian extremely satisfied. Roar, hiss, in the surrounding void, the mighty figures and desolate supremacies of the blood fox forbidden grounds were already stunned. Their mouths were agape as they glanced around. The violent ape raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Then it waved its hand and tore open a void crack in front of it. Very quickly, its body shrank, and with a shake of its shoulders, it rushed into the void crack and disappeared. This, the battle, could be said to be hardy, and the opportunity to break through had arrived. Yixian had no interest in staying in the blood fox forbidden grounds. Now that he had left, the first thing he would do was to find a suitable place to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th order of the heavenly Tao. In the dark void in front of the left bank, Xiao, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yixian in the form of the violent bear. Turn around, after looking around and confirming the direction, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately flashed out, rushing towards this area that was even deeper within the vast and dark void. After a few days, an abandoned star appeared in front of him. The location was extremely remote and inconspicuous. It was the best place for seclusion. Yixian used his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he immediately rushed into the core of the abandoned star. He took out the shrunken farmer god cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Shio, shio, shio. With a wave of his hand, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of Yixian. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. With a flash of light in his eyes, the farmer god cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and then swallowed into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic river of energy in the blink of an eye. It slowly flowed out in Yixian's body, while, as expected, the clanging sound of the shackles filled the air. This time, only one shackle appeared. This meant that the cultivation resources that he had swallowed this time were enough to stimulate the shackles that represented the bottleneck of his cultivation. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through with his heartstrings relaxed. He quickly focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body again and again. After half a month, the huge river of energy that had formed in the meridians in Yixian's body had been completely refined. With just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had been broken. As for the anticipated system notification, it quickly sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 6 of the heavenly Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 6 of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Yixian opened his eyes. A trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Very obviously, the suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. Therefore, after this breakthrough, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th stage, great perfection, heavenly Tao under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, at the very least, after this breakthrough, his true battle strength had clearly soared by a large margin. More importantly, there were only 3 small stages left before he could consume the level 31 primordial pill. With this breakthrough, Yixian's true battle strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, there were only 3 small stages left before he could consume the level 31 primordial pill. 3 small stages. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. After this breakthrough, he had gone through a huge battle and assimilated all the gains from the previous breakthrough into his body. He had welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough and then went into seclusion to break through normally. Therefore, in the next breakthrough, Yixian could once again attempt to consume the heavenly Tao blood essence and forcefully break through to the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao, which was the late stage of this stage. However, before consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence and attempting to forcefully break through, he would have to go through at least 2 more huge battles to ensure a success rate. Whoosh, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the cauldron into his body. Then he activated the Blood Sea secret technique again to transform into the Violent Star Ape and rushed out of the core of the abandoned planet, where he was in seclusion. The destination of this trip was still the left section of the left bank. This was because the fearsome beast forbidden grounds overseen by the 5th and 4th rank fellows on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Savage Beast list were both in the left section of the galaxy. Currently, half of the powerful existences in the top 10 of the left bank's Heavenly Tao Savage Beast list have been killed by Yixian. The 10th ranked Dragon Whale, the 9th ranked Frostblood Blue Crocodile, the 8th ranked Demonic Blood Heavenly Bull, the 7th ranked Phoenix-tailed Blood Fox, with the 6th ranked Silver Blood Silver Wolf. As for the rest of the 5 old fellows, he did not plan to let them go either. He would find them one by one, and while tempering himself in battle, he would kill them and obtain the Heavenly Tao blood essence and the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. Up until now, other than the two Grand Mist old monsters, the Underworld Wolf and the Black Blood Demon Crocodile, the strongest opponent that Yi Xian had encountered was the Blood Tyrant Silver Wolf, who was ranked 6th on the Heavenly Dao rankings. However, in fact, even if the Silver Wolf encountered the current Yi Xian, without using top-grade treasures like the Shinnon Cauldron, the Big-Headed Black Stick, and the strongest divine ability like the Heaven-Falling Bow, Yi Xian could still kill it in a short period of time. During the year in the Primordial Chaos, Yi Xian had consecutively broken through 2 small stages. After returning, Yi Xian had just broken through another small stage. After breaking through 3 small stages, Yi Xian activated the bloodline divine ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and displayed the 9th transformation. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the heavenly Dao Great Circle of the 9th stage, his combat strength was far from what it was before. His next target was the 5th-ranked demonic blood-flying bear on the left bank's heavenly Dao Savage Beast list. The demonic blood-flying bear, was the strongest expert in the demonic bear Forbidden Land. Its cultivation was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao Great Circle of the 9th stage, but its combat strength was definitely stronger than the Silver Wolf. However, Yi Xian did not care about this at all. According to his estimation, although this demonic blood-flying bear was stronger than the Silver Wolf, it was not much stronger. With his current combat strength, he could still suppress or even crush it head-on with his fists. Although the demonic blood-flying bear Forbidden Land was on the left bank, it was close to the middle section of the Star Domain. Now that Yi Xian had returned from the vast and boundless dark area in front of the left bank, he was rushing over there. Swish! Less than half a day after leaving this abandoned planet, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly came from the dark void in front of him. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately followed the sound. This was the vast dark area in front of the left bank, and it was still very far away from the left bank of the Milky Way. Even with his cultivation strength, it would take him more than half a day to reach the left bank from here. It was the most suitable place to meet a powerful expert in the heavenly Dao Great Circle and train himself in a great battle. At the same time, he could kill them and steal their treasures. At that time, he was in the form of a violent bear. His body was about 10 feet tall, and he was in the state of using a perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique to hide his body and hide his aura. As such, even if Yi Xian activated the cultivation in his body and rushed over with all his might, the other party would not be able to detect his aura at all. They could not sense his existence at all. Everything was silent. In front of him in the distance, an enormous cosmic ferocious beast appeared in his line of sight. This ferocious beast was 50 million miles long. It was a black bear with a mane like needles all over its body. It was dark and cold, and there was a pair of blood-red bone wings on its back. Its wingspan was astonishing, and the tips of its bone wings were as sharp as knives. With a flap, it could probably even split a planet. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it was the same as Yi Xian's, the perfect 9th stage of the heavenly Dao Great Circle. This was a powerful, ferocious beast with cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Dao Great Circle. With such a cultivation level and its characteristics, Yi Xian instantly understood the other party's identity and origin. He was stunned, and the expression on his face immediately became strange. Demon, the strongest expert in the Forbidden Land of the Bears, the demonic blood flying bear. Yi Xian was originally rushing towards the Forbidden Land of the demonic bears, and his target this time was this demonic blood flying bear. However, he did not expect that before he reached the left section of the left bank and was still in the vast dark area in front of the left section, he would unexpectedly encounter the target of this trip. This was also good. This place was incomparably secluded. Even if there was a shocking, bloody battle, it would not attract too much attention in a short period of time. It was the best opportunity to suppress this demonic blood-flying bear and temper himself in a bloody battle. Roar! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He raised his head and roared angrily. The power in his body was pushed to the limit, and it instantly turned into an invisible pressure that completely locked onto the demonic blood-flying bear in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure also appeared. His body, which was originally only about 10 feet tall, was like a balloon that had been blown up. It rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 50 million miles long. In an instant, the atmosphere in the void froze. The two ferocious beasts looked at each other from hundreds of millions of miles away. Both of them were in the form of violent bears, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was also at the peak of the perfect ninth stage of the heavenly Tao Great Circle. Only, the difference was that the Yi Xian here was a violent starry sky bear with a mane as red as blood, while the one standing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away was a black flying bear with a pair of sharp bone wings on its back. You are the violent starry sky bear that has been wreaking havoc on the left bank recently. As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the aura of his cultivation turned into a pressure that imperceptibly locked onto the other party's chi. This demonic blood-flying bear also turned to look at him. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the killing intent in its body grew stronger. It said in a muffled voice, "You actually dare to ambush this sovereign. You are truly audacious." Obviously, the news of Yi Xian wreaking havoc on the left bank in the form of a violent starry sky bear had already spread. This demonic blood-flying bear had already heard everything about him. But this didn't matter. To Yi Xian, the demonic blood-flying bear in front of him was just an existence that could be killed in a single battle. Everything else was just floating clouds. Chapter 51-56. Roar. Rumble. Raising his head and roaring, Yi Xian didn't say a single word of nonsense. He instantly moved and charged towards the demonic blood-flying bear in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he punched out. In an instant, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. Wherever the huge fist passed, space would rapidly collapse. The strength of this punch was too violent. Even a peak heavenly Tao at the perfection stage of the ninth order would have a change in expression upon seeing it. But the demonic blood-flying bear did not do so. He was no ordinary ninth order great perfection heavenly Tao. As a terrifying existence ranked 5th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, typical peak heavenly Tao experts were nothing in his eyes. Darn violent bear. How dare you take the initiative to attack this supremacy? Yi Xian's initiative to attack infuriated him. The demonic blood-flying bear looked up and roared incessantly. This is a blatant provocation and disregard. Today, you will pay the price for this. Roar, boom. Flap. Before the angry roar faded, the demonic blood-flying bear had already charged forward. The pair of gigantic bone wings on its back flapped crazily. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Xian was caught off guard. All he saw was a blur as his right chest instantly felt a burning sensation. He did not dodge this strike. The demonic blood-flying bear had arrived in front of him at a speed that left him flabbergasted. The punch struck Yi Xian's right chest, causing his lifeblood to churn as he flew hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Void realm experts could traverse the void, much less heavenly Tao realm experts. For existences at this level, the so-called wings were superfluous. This was because they could still fly without wings. Therefore, if a heavenly Tao ferocious beast at this level were to grow a pair of wings on its back, the effect of the wings would definitely not be as simple as flight. Demon the might of the bone wings on the demonic blood-flying bear's back was as such. Without the bone wings, he could still fly. However, due to the existence of the bone wings, his advantage in terms of speed allowed him to exceed most experts at the same realm. With this kind of speed, even Yi Xian would have to use the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle to be able to match it. What's more, the demonic blood-flying bear's bony wings were incomparably sharp and clearly had the ability to break through defenses. Once the demonic blood-flying bear flapped its bony wings in front of Yi Xian, the demonic blood-flying bear would most likely end up with his skin and flesh lacerated. I have to say, I seem to have underestimated you. At the very least, in terms of speed, you far exceeded my expectations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian steadied himself, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He spoke with his divine sense. However, this still won't change the fact that you will be killed. Because the same extreme, this sovereign also has it. Phew! Before he finished speaking, Yixian had already waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and arrived at his feet before disappearing in a flash. What he summoned was the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, but Yixian did not let it show its form. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and merged into his feet. He would need to divide a part of his divine sense to activate the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle in his feet, but it didn't matter. As long as his speed could be increased, Yixian's cultivation strength would be enough to kill this demonic blood-flying bear. A ray of light can increase your speed by 30% and reach the same level as this sovereign. What a joke. Rumble, phew. Seeing this scene, the demonic blood-flying bear immediately curled its lips. Obviously, it did not believe it at all. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of its mouth. Before it finished speaking, its figure had already rushed out again, turning into a ray of light that was much faster than lightning. Along the way, the demonic blood-flying bear caused the space in front of Yixian to collapse rapidly. Whether it's a joke or not, you will soon know. Yixian sneered and immediately activated the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle in his feet. The power of the domain was stimulated to the extreme. One in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared from a void. It was not teleportation, but an extremely low-speed display. This kind of speed was actually not any weaker than the demonic blood-flying bear, and was even slightly faster. Bam! Puff! After arriving at the side of the demonic blood-flying bear, Yixian did not hesitate at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately punched out, smashing directly below the opponent's right side. This attack was heavy and fierce, and it hit the target squarely. In addition, the demonic blood-flying bear had never thought that Yixian could have such a terrifying speed, so it did not use its strength to defend. Under such circumstances, the lethality of Yixian's full-strength attack was immediately displayed to the extreme. At the same time as the loud bang, a muffled puffing sound was heard. The demonic blood-black bear could not withstand it at all. Its body shook violently as it opened its mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This speed, this power. Who exactly are you? As the arrow of blood spurted out of its mouth, it transformed into a majestic black river that stretched across the void. The demonic blood-black bear's expression changed as it cried out involuntarily. He had always been extremely confident in his speed, but now he had encountered Yixian, who was just a nobody on the left bank, who had actually surpassed his speed in an instant. Only just this point alone was already inconceivable, and he simply could not accept it. However, he had previously struck Yixian's body head-on, and although Yixian had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, he was not injured at all. And now, Yixian had also struck his body with a punch, but it had instantly broken half of his ribs and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood essence like a river. Just based on this point alone, it could be seen that the gap between him and Yixian was not small. Not only was his strength inferior, but even the toughness of his body was also inferior. This was absolutely something that he could not believe and was even more unwilling to accept. After all, he was in existence ranked 5th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast ranking, and had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years. Just like this today, he had encountered an unknown starry sky berserk ape, yet he had been suppressed in all aspects, such as speed, strength, and toughness of his body. How could he endure this? The primordial void is vast and boundless, ancient and mysterious. In this place, nothing is impossible. Faced with the demonic blood-flying bear's shock and horror, a cold smile appeared on Yixian's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but it was calm and casual, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Xiao, rumble bang, pooh. In the next instant, he once again activated the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had fused into his feet. His entire body instantly turned into a flash of light, and in a fraction of a second, he was already on the other side of the demonic blood-flying bear's body. Without hesitation, Yixian once again activated the strength in his body to the extreme, and with a punch, the demonic blood-flying bear's ribs on the other side were instantly broken. At the same time, a shockingly loud sound was heard. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which merged with the blood he had spat out before, transforming into a large black river, spanning across the void. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time, Yixian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time, Yixian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. When Yixian heavily injured the demonic blood-flying bear with his previous attack, causing it to spit out a blood arrow, he already knew that he was once the embodiment of the heavenly law's origin liquid. This was because the blood essence he spat out at that time clearly revealed an extremely dense aura of the heavenly law's origin liquid. No, after that first canopy of blood essence, Yixian still didn't have enough, so he didn't immediately store it. Now that he made another move, causing the demonic blood-flying bear to spit out a second blood arrow, the two canopies of blood essence converged together, finally forming a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Only then did he store it. Wait, by the time the demonic blood-flying bear reacted, the canopy of heavenly law's origin liquid formed by the two blood arrows he spat out consecutively had already been compressed by Yixian and stored into his body. The old fellow was furious. This was his heavenly law's blood essence. As a powerful existence ranked 5th on the heavenly law's ferocious beast list on the left bank, his heavenly law's blood essence had never been collected by anyone before. This was because although there were experts who could severely injure him, they basically wouldn't fight until they were able to injure him to the point of causing him to spit out heavenly law's blood essence. Therefore, in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, no one had ever collected his heavenly law's blood essence and compressed it into heavenly law's origin liquid. Who would have thought that the first portion after countless years would actually be taken away by this unknown violent starry sky bear before him? This was definitely something he couldn't tolerate. It was simply unacceptable, and it made him so angry that he was about to go crazy screech. Brain. All of this flashed through the demonic blood-flying bear's mind. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. At this moment, his killing intent was extremely fierce, unprecedentedly blazing. Swish, rumble, screech. Before the roar fell, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The demonic blood-flying bear had pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a fine ray of light. His speed was so fast that he overtook the first attack. Blink! In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Yixian's side and pretended to throw a punch. A cold light flashed across Yixian's eyes as he suddenly dodged to the side. However, the demonic blood-flying bear's battle experience was also extraordinary. He took advantage of this moment to flick the pair of sharp bone wings on his back. Rip! Rip! The sound of a piece of cloth rang out as the bone wing on his left side cut across the violent bear's body. The flesh below his left rib was torn open, and blood rained down from the sky. Yixian was injured. Fortunately, it was only a flesh wound and wouldn't affect him much. Your reaction is not bad. No wonder you are ranked 5th on the heavenly law's ferocious beast list on the left bank. The violent bear glanced down at the wound below his rib that was rapidly healing. He nodded, and Yixian's divine sense voice rang out. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He circled around and appeared behind the demonic blood-flying bear in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the violent bear's wing with his left hand and smashed down with his right fist. Unfortunately, you're still going to fall here today. Gotcha, bang, 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 PFFF. Thunderous rumbles rang out in the void as an explosion rang out. A huge blood-red lightning bolt appeared above the demonic blood-flying bear's head. It had a diameter of millions of miles, and the lightning enveloped the demonic blood-flying bear's body. His consciousness also entered a temporary state of unconsciousness. Although it was only a short time, it was enough to change everything. The violent bear's huge iron fist smashed into the demonic blood-flying bear's back one after another. The demonic blood-flying bear could not take it anymore. With just a dozen punches, the demonic blood-flying bear's huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that filled the void soon. A figure walked out from the dense and majestic blood mist. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. His body was 50 million kilometers long, and he was like a small star. Shockingly, it was Xianxia in his bear form. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, Xianxia immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of the wind immediately rang out. An incomparably majestic, invisible force whizzed out and swept up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Whoosh! At the same time, after the demonic blood-flying bear's body exploded, over 10 fine lights shot out from within his body and descended into the violent bear's hand. Shockingly, it was over 10 portions of compressed heavenly Tao quintessence liquid. At this moment, 6 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast rankings had fallen, and only 4 of them remained. The rest had been destroyed at the hands of Xianxia alone. I never expected that I would actually encounter this demonic blood-flying bear as soon as I left my closed-door cultivation. After the battle ended, Xianxia waved his hand and put away the crimson Lotus Voidbreaker shuttle, and then a dim light flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "In this way, it seems like there's no need to head to the demonic bear forbidden area." Whereas the remaining fellows that are ranked in the top 4 of the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast rankings are all at the middle area of the left bank. When he spoke up to here, he didn't speak any further as he pondered the pros and cons of this. In the end, he made a decision and instinctively clenched his fists. Even though there are 7 seniors of primordial chaos at the middle area of the left bank, so long as I'm careful, I ought to not alarm them. In that case, the next target is the middle area of the left bank, the poisonous python forbidden area. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly made his move. An incomparably clear sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the poisonous python forbidden area in the middle area of the left bank. Left, the middle area of the left bank, the poisonous python forbidden area. The poisonous python forbidden area was very powerful, and its overall strength was ranked 4th in the vicious beast forbidden area of the left bank. There were more than 30 heavenly Tao old monsters in the entire forbidden area, but of course these heavenly Tao old monsters were not always in the forbidden star field. Some went out, while others cultivated in seclusion in the parallel void. No matter how powerful the vicious beast forbidden area was, there was no need for more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts to guard it at all times. Among the more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts guarding the poisonous python forbidden area, the strongest one was the starry sky venomous python. Matter, in fact, among the more than 30 heavenly Tao beasts, there were 3 or 4 who were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm, like the starry sky venomous python. However, even if they were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in their true battle strength. Star the poisonous void python's battle strength was undoubtedly one of the best among all the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, it would not be ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. At this time, the news of the violent starry sky bear's appearance and wreaking havoc in the left bank had not yet reached the middle area of the left bank, so the poisonous python forbidden area of the poisonous python forbidden area was still unaware of this matter. It completely did not expect that the violent starry sky bear had already rushed to the middle area of the left bank and was heading towards the poisonous python forbidden area, wanting to kill it and steal its treasures. Hiss! The sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it, and it was Xianxia. Hiss! With the sound of tearing cloth, a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it, and it was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was still in the form of the violent starry sky bear. He was only about 10 feet tall, but the moment his figure rushed out of the spatial crack, he had already activated the Blood Sea mystic technique. In half a breath, he was already 50 million kilometers wide. Like a meteor, with a shake of his shoulders, he charged straight into the poisonous python forbidden area. Roar! Poisonous starry sky python, come out and die. Just as he entered the poisonous python forbidden area, the violent starry sky bear had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The power of its divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire poisonous python forbidden area. Soon, the general situation in the forbidden area was understood by him. He could not be bothered to pay attention to the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area, including mighty figures and desolate supremes. As for the upper echelons of the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, there were a total of 12 of them presiding over the poisonous python forbidden area. Among the 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, there were 2 at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. One of them was the poisonous starry sky python. At this time, Xianxia suddenly appeared in the form of the violent starry sky bear. As soon as he rushed into the forbidden area, he immediately roared, clamoring for the strongest poisonous starry sky python to come out and die. After being stunned for a moment, the 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts immediately roared. Roar! Am I hallucinating? A ferocious beast actually came to the poisonous python forbidden area and clamored for venerable python to come out and die. Peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. His cultivation is not weak, but there are differences in combat strength between those at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Venerable Python is ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Where does this violent starry sky bear's confidence come from? Violent starry sky bear, you actually dare to challenge me? That's interesting. If that's the case, I'll accompany you in a battle. It just so happens that this period of time is a little boring. However, you have to think carefully. This is a battle of life and death. Once the battle begins, there is no turning back. You and I shall each leave it to fate. Whoosh! Rumble, the last 2 sentences were obviously from the mouth of this poisonous starry sky python. As the voice fell, in the depths of the forbidden area in front of them, a ray of light shot out from some giant abandoned stars. It carried a powerful aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Xianxia. The other 11 heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts guarding the poisonous python, forbidden area, did not appear. Their original bodies were guarding their respective cave stars, and they only extended their divine sense to watch the battle. In their opinion, even if the violent starry sky bear that came to provoke them was a peak heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection, the poisonous starry sky python alone was enough to suppress and kill it. The final result was without any suspense. Don't you have 12 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts? Why don't you all come together? I will fight all of you alone. Look! Seeing this scene, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the cold and domineering voice of his divine sense rang out. Penetrating, there was a trace of provocation that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. In any case, after killing you in a while, they will rush over together. Why don't we join forces now, so as to avoid missing out on the strongest battle strength? Roar! You are too arrogant. Even the sky suppression holy ape that is ranked 1st on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list on the left bank doesn't dare to say such words to me. The poisonous starry sky python that rumbled over was furious. It felt that it had been insulted, and it raised its head and roared madly, replying with the same words, "But Violent Bear, are you feeling guilty? Are you deliberately using such words to provoke me? Don't worry, even if I fall in this battle, the other heavenly Tao of my poisonous python forbidden area will definitely not swarm over to kill you. In a head-on battle, who can you blame if you lose? This is the purpose of your provocation, right? I will satisfy you. But the prerequisite is you have to have the strength to kill me." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous starry sky python that was 50 million kilometers in size had already arrived in front of him. Without saying anything else, it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous mist. It expanded without wind and spread out in the blink of an eye, enveloping a vast expanse of space that was 10 billion kilometers in size. In an instant, as the poisonous mist spread out, Xianxia and the poisonous starry sky python in the form of a violent bear disappeared, and they were enveloped by the blood-green, poisonous mist. Look! When they saw this scene, wild roars and vicious howls sounded from the abandoned stars in the surroundings, and all of them revealed a sense of joy. In their opinion, this arrogant violent bear was definitely going to die. The poisonous starry sky python's blood-green, poisonous mist was no small matter, and it was one of its bloodline abilities. Otherwise, there was no need for it to open its mouth and spit out such a vast and majestic blood-green, poisonous mist. However, as long as one was enveloped by this blood-green, poisonous mist, any existence, even if it was a peak heavenly Tao like the poisonous starry sky python, would have no chance of survival and was destined to be suppressed and killed. Boom! Rumble! Bang, bang, bang. Within the vast and boundless blood-green poisonous fog, earth-shattering booms could be heard. The fog was rolling, and the battle inside could not be seen. However, just by listening to these sounds, one could guess a thing or two. Poison the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the poisonous python forbidden land had been roaring madly, and their auras were shocking, as if they were supporting the battle. In their opinion, this battle would soon end, and that arrogant, violent starry sky bear would die here. In fact, the situation was the opposite. In the blood-green, poisonous mist, the poisonous starry sky python was being beaten. Violent, the bear's incomparably huge iron fist blasted on its back, one punch after another. In just 5 or 6 punches, the poisonous starry sky python could not bear it anymore. His python was smacked with huge blood blisters, and they were arranged in a circle above his head. At a glance, it was as if there was a flesh crown growing under his head, which was simply shocking. These 6 or 7 punches all smashed on his head, and the poisonous starry sky python's consciousness had long been dizzy, and he did not have the consciousness to defend himself. In this situation, it was only a dozen or so punches, and the poisonous starry sky python's incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Diffusing in the void, the fight ended here, and a figure walked out of this blood-green mist. His eyes were cold, and his murderous aura was monstrous. His body was 50 million miles long, like a small star. It was Xianxia in the form of a violent bear. Whoosh! As soon as the figure appeared, Xianxia had already waved his hand. The whistling of the wind suddenly resounded, and an incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and began the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the poisonous starry sky python's body exploded, a dozen or so fine rays of light shot out and also fell into the violent bear's hand. It was a dozen or so compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. At this time, 7 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list had already fallen, and all of them were destroyed by Xianxia alone. Left. Only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank remained. Roar! With a wave of his hand, Xianxia collected the blood mist and heavenly Tao origin liquid into his body. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze immediately swept across the heavenly Tao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. With the death of the poisonous starry sky python, only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's Heavenly Tao beast list remained. Roar! After collecting the blood mist and Heavenly Tao origin liquid into his body, Yixian's eyes flashed coldly, and his gaze instantly swept across the Heavenly Tao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. A deathly silence. At this moment, the entire poisonous starry sky python forbidden land was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. On the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star region, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land were stunned. Oh my God! Even the mighty figures, desolate venerables, and even the other 11 Heavenly Tao beasts who happened to be guarding the Forbidden Land star region were no exception. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had originally thought that this battle would not last for too long, and that it would end soon. However, the result after the battle ended was completely out of their expectations. It was the exact opposite of what they had expected. The poisonous starry sky python had been defeated and killed. Its entire huge body had exploded into a blood mist and was taken away. Not even a single hair was left. This was a powerful existence that was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Tao beast list on the left bank. Except for the top 3 and those supreme beasts of the primordial realm that had appeared in the past year, the other beasts on the left bank were not its match at all. Yet this unknown violent starry sky bear had actually blasted him to death in a short period of time, and the strength of its combat strength was simply inconceivable. This, even if the other 11 heavenly law ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Star Zone fought together, they would definitely not be a match for such a terrifying existence. The most, in the end, they would definitely be killed one by one. Brain, with these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 11 Heavenly Tao beasts suddenly trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they gasped. Then, with a slight trembling, they each sent out a voice to express their position. Fellow Taoist violent bear's combat strength is really shocking. With this kind of cultivation, you shouldn't be unknown. Yes, presumably after this battle, fellow Taoist will soon be famous on the left bank. The 4th on the Heavenly Tao beast list will change hand from then on, becoming the starry sky violent bear. But what does fellow Taoist mean now? Do you think we are such untrustworthy people? Just now, Venerable Python had said that this battle was between the 2 of you. Even if Venerable Python was defeated and died, the 11 fellow Taoists of the poisonous python Forbidden Land can't swarm up and attack fellow Taoist. That's right. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to test anymore. Just leave at ease. This matter has passed, and the poisonous python Forbidden Land will not pursue this matter. It really made people speechless. Yixian's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Originally, he thought that these 11 guys would swarm up after the poisonous python of Starry Sky fell, but he didn't expect them to be a bunch of cowards. But this was also good. Although he was confident that he could kill all the remaining 11 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the poisonous python Forbidden Land, once the battle started, it would probably not end in a short time. In this way, it was very likely to attract the attention of those outside the Forbidden Land. There were a total of 7 Grand Mist Realm, ferocious beasts, and old monsters in the middle section of the left bank. If one of them was attracted, today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. That is, even Yixian would have a headache. What's more, after the end of this battle, he had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough. In other words, the opportunity to break through again was basically almost there. At most, he would swallow a few more Heavenly Tao blood essences at that time, and he would definitely be able to break through smoothly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he immediately made a decision. No longer entangled with the remaining 11 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the poisonous python Forbidden Land, he would leave first and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Hiss! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. With a flash of his body, he rushed into it and disappeared. When he left, the originally silent void of the Forbidden Land instantly rang out with shocking roars. It was the voices of the 11 heavenly Tao old monsters. Roar! Damn it! The venerable python has fallen just like that. There is something fishy about this matter. The origin of that ferocious bear is suspicious, and it must have used some unknown vicious means. Otherwise, how could the venerable python on the left bank's heavenly Tao list be so vulnerable and be blown into a bloody mist in such a short time? We must spread this news. Don't forget, the top 3 heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank's heavenly Tao old monster list are all in the middle section of the left bank. As long as one of them makes a move, this ferocious bear will definitely die. Hiss, 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 hiss. In the middle section of the left bank in front of the vast and boundless dark area, after leaving the poisonous python Forbidden Land, Xianxia immediately rushed over here. For example, 4 days had passed, and he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way and entered the depths of this vast dark area. Another half a day passed, and an abandoned planet appeared in front of him. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he flew over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. No, after some hesitation, he immediately took out the Xinnong treasured cauldron. In order to shrink its form, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the cauldron's mouth that was filled with dense 9-colored fog. Whoosh, 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 with a wave of his hand. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Xianxia. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. This among them were a few heavenly Tao blood essences. These were the resources that he had to consume for this closed-door cultivation. With a flash of light, the Xinnong cauldron's domain was activated by him. Some of the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. The moment they entered his mouth, they melted, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out of Xianxia's body. Willis expected. The clanging sound of the chains covered the sky and earth. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn apart, he would be able to successfully break through. Very quickly, Xianxia fully activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body. In just half a month, the great river of energy formed in the meridians in his body had been completely refined. With just a single impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already been broken. And the anticipated system notification rang out in Xianxia's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical bodies, qi, and blood. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Xianxia opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was only 2 small stages away from the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. Chapter 51-57. Without any suspense, Xianxia successfully broke through once again. Although the primordial chaos great Tao's suppression still existed, causing his cultivation to remain at the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his actual combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only 2 small stages away from the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. Although these two small breakthroughs wouldn't take much time under normal circumstances, Xian couldn't wait any longer. He had to raise his cultivation to the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. Then, he would immediately begin refining the level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. This time, he had first wreaked havoc in the left bank's left section. Now, he was in the middle section of the left bank, killing many heavenly Tao old monsters in succession. Even the top 10 old monsters on the left bank's heavenly Tao list were now down to only 3. The news of the violent astral bear's appearance and wreaking havoc must have spread in the left bank's left section. For example, today, following the deaths of the demonic blood-flying bear and the cosmic venomous python, the old monsters in the Forbidden Grounds and Star Domain in the middle section of the left bank would also receive the news. This time, after leaving the poisonous python forbidden area, he had been in seclusion for half a month. If there were no accidents, most of the news about what he did after returning in the form of a violent bear would have spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. This was no small matter. After all, the beasts that had been hunted were all in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao Savage Beast list. Xian had a very strong intuition that the primordial chaos old monsters were already paying attention to this matter. Therefore, he didn't have much time left. He had to raise his cultivation to the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible and refine the level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. Only with the level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill in hand, he would be confident. Heaven's afraid that he would encounter Patriarch Primordial Chaos in the middle section of the left bank. He had no choice but to conjure the 10 colored flames to protect himself. However, he was not allowed to leave and enter a predicament. While in a predicament, Xian could immediately consume a level 31 Primordial Chaos Treasure Pill at any time. It would only take him about a year to successfully break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Once he stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, the suppression of the primordial chaos Tao that had always existed to him would no longer exist. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's bloodline ability, he would be able to display its might once again. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation would instantly reach the peak of the Grand Mist realm. After the Heaven Tao was the primordial chaos Tao realm. It would be fine if Xian did not break through. However, once he successfully broke through, he would become the strongest person in the primordial chaos Tao realm. At that time, he would have nothing to fear even if he retracted the 10 colored flames. Even if he was surrounded by more than 10 Patriarch Primordial Chaos old monsters, he would be able to easily beat them into a pulp. Although 2 small breakthroughs are not much, I cannot let my guard down. During this period, I must not be targeted by any Patriarch Primordial Chaos old monsters. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes as he fell into deep thought. He muttered softly. The first 2 breakthroughs were completely reliant on consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence. The second breakthrough was made after I digested the benefits of the previous breakthrough and consumed a few more heavenly Tao blood essences. For the next breakthrough, I cannot consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through. Otherwise, my realm will definitely be unstable. In other words, before I break through this time, I'll have to go through a fierce battle and completely digest the benefits of the breakthrough. Only then can I enter seclusion again. If there are no accidents, I will have to kill 2 of the top 3 beasts on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list in order to usher in this normal opportunity to break through. And after that breakthrough, there's only one small stage left. For this last small stage breakthrough, I only need to go through a fierce battle and consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through. Then, the next 2 targets are the ferocious beast on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list and the old tortoise that is ranked 2nd. These 2 fellows must be continuously fought and killed in order to have the opportunity to break through. Whoosh! At this point, Xian no longer hesitated. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body and directly rushed out of the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. Hiss! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he rushed into it. This time, his destination was the forbidden land of the owls in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The forbidden land of the owls was located in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The strongest person guarding the forbidden land of the owls was a devil-eyed owls. Although its cultivation strength was the same as Yixian's, which was also at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list, it was a supreme ferocious beast that was ranked 3rd on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Left bank, although there was only one rank difference between the 3rd on the left bank and the 4th on the left bank, the Devil-Eyed Owl's combat strength was definitely not comparable to the venomous Starry Sky Python that was ranked 4th on the left bank. After all, the top 3 were already in the top 3. Although the 3rd was the lowest of the top 3 on the left bank, it was definitely not comparable to the so-called 4th on the left bank. Its significance was completely different. There were at least 30 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the owls. After all, it was ranked 3rd on the left bank's Heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. However, there were probably not many Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the forbidden land. This time was different from when they went to the venomous Python Forbidden Land. At that time, the news of the violent bear wreaking havoc on the left bank had not spread in the middle section of the left bank. Even if Yixian had killed the venomous Starry Sky Python and fought with more than a dozen other Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land, the possibility of attracting the attention of the old monster of primordial chaos was not high. But now it was different. And after Yixian killed the demonic blood-flying bear and the venomous Starry Sky Python, the entire left bank must have known that he was hunting the top 10 on the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. This was no small matter. It was very likely that it had already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, Yixian had to use thunderous methods to kill this devil-eyed owls as soon as possible when he arrived at the forbidden land of the owls. Then, he could immediately escape. Otherwise, once he started a battle with the other Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the owls, the possibility of attracting a certain old monster of primordial chaos would be greatly increased. Then, it would be completely unnecessary. Now, Yixian was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. There was no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the Heavenly Tao realm at this time. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, he did not directly enter the forbidden land like before. Instead, he used the secret technique of perfect oscillation of spiritual power to conceal his body, restrained his aura, and quietly and patiently waited outside the forbidden land. After leaving the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion, Yixian quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, this time, he didn't directly enter the Forbidden Star Zone like before. Instead, he concealed himself with a secret technique that perfectly vibrated his spiritual power and concealed his aura. He quietly and patiently lay in wait outside the Forbidden Star Zone. This was something that could not be helped. Now, his cultivation realm was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. There is no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the Heavenly Tao realm at this time. The news of the violent Starry Sky Bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the powerful existences ranked in the top 10 of the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list, had long spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Perhaps it might have already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. This, under such circumstances, If he directly rushed into the forbidden land of the owls, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. Therefore, it was best to wait for the devil-eyed owls to leave the forbidden land before making a move in the dark void outside the forbidden land. At that time, as long as he was a little faster and launched a thunderous attack, he would immediately escape after the successful ambush. There was not much possibility of accidents. Under normal circumstances, this kind of waiting method might not be appropriate, because no one could predict when the target would walk out of the forbidden land. If the target was in seclusion, who knew if it would be hundreds or thousands of years? That would make people speechless. However, the situation in the entire left bank of the Milky Way was no longer the same as before. Ever since the appearance of the netherwolf and the black blood fiend crocodile, in the past year or so, more than a dozen old monsters of primordial chaos had appeared in the entire left bank. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the old monsters of the heavenly Tao in the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star domain to be able to calm down and enter seclusion for a long time. They were at the peak of the heavenly Tao, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th stage. They would definitely not be able to sit still. As long as they had the chance, they would travel to the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed to visit and seek advice. Demon the Devil-Eyed Owls was a powerful existence ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. They had been in this realm for countless years, so they were naturally more eager and passionate than anyone else about the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. Therefore, they would definitely think of ways to contact the old monsters of the heavenly Tao in the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed. They would ask them to recommend them, hoping to meet these old monsters of primordial chaos and humbly ask for advice on the key to breaking through the heavenly Tao realm and stepping into primordial chaos. As expected, Yixian only waited for 7 days before a ray of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's forbidden land 50 billion kilometers away. It was a ferocious bird that was about 50 million kilometers in size. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was shaped like an owl. However, it had a cat's head and only one eye. It emitted a faint blue light, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was extremely condensed and heavy. It was the devil-eyed owls. This old fellow was extremely cautious. This was probably because the news of the violent starry sky bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the top 10 experts on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had already spread. Charge outside the forbidden star zone. His single eye glowed with a faint blue light as he scanned the surrounding void. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he tore open a void rift with his claw and charged into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The devil-eyed owl single eye was extremely extraordinary. It was also an eye technique. The faint blue light that suffused his eye was to scan the void 50 billion kilometers around him. It was to see if anyone was lurking in the dark, so as to prevent them from being ambushed. Unfortunately, although his devil-eyed owls was also an eye technique with extraordinary might, it was still inferior to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil. Currently, not only had Yi Xian activated the perfect oscillation mental energy secret technique, even his strongest eye technique, the demon soul pupil, had been fully activated. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him, who was completely concealed and had completely restrained his aura, to reveal the slightest trace of himself. Not to mention the devil-eyed owls, who were also in the heavenly Tao realm. Even the dozen or so heavenly Tao freaks of primordial chaos that had appeared on the left bank would find it difficult to find any clues. After all, they had just broken through to the early stage primordial chaos realm. If they had a terrifying cultivation level above the mid-stage primordial chaos realm, it would be hard to say. Whoosh! Yi Xianxian did not reveal himself, but the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He had already shrunk under the blood sea mystic technique. His body, which was only about 10 feet tall, instantly transformed into an invisible beam of light that shot out silently. Taking advantage of the void rift that had yet to completely close up, Xian, who was in his bare form, followed closely behind the devil-eyed owls. He had planned this all along. He had already predicted that if the devil-eyed owls were to leave the Forbidden Star Domain and visit other forbidden lands or star domains, they would definitely tear open a void rift and rush there. Right? As far as Xian was concerned, this was obviously what he wanted. No one would have thought that he would actually possess such a mysterious aura concealment technique, as well as the strongest eye technique like the Demon Soul Eye. He was actually able to hide it from even the magic-eyed owl and follow it into the same spatial rift, following it and waiting for an opportunity to kill it in front of the middle section of the left bank in the vast dark zone. Rip! A crisp ripping sound could be heard as a void rift appeared in the originally quiet void. Following that, a figure rushed out. It was extremely large, more than 50 million kilometers in size. It was a black owl, but it had a blood-colored cat head. It was none other than the devil-eyed owls that had just left the owl's forbidden land. He was heading to a ferocious beast forbidden land on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. A heavenly Tao ferocious beast in that ferocious beast forbidden land had recommended him, and freak of primordial chaos, who presided over that forbidden land, had agreed to meet him. Thinking at this point, the devil-eyed owl's heart immediately revealed a look of excitement. With a wave of its hand, it instantly tore open another void rift and continued on its way. But it was also at this moment that a strange change suddenly befell. I've already followed you here, and it's been a hard journey. Why are you in a hurry? It's not too late to leave after the battle. Show. It was at this moment that an extremely cold voice sounded, and then the figure of Xian appeared. At this time, he was still in the form of the violent star bear. Originally, he was only about 10 feet tall, but as he activated the power in his body to the extreme, he expanded like a balloon in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, he was already 50 million kilometers in size. Separated by hundreds of billions of miles of void, he confronted the devil-eyed owls in front of him. Violent Star Bear, it's actually you? Xian fully activated his cultivation, turning into an invisible pressure that spread out, instantly locking down the devil-eyed owl's aura. The latter's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed, and its voice instantly turned sharp. You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. Violent Star Bear, it's actually you? When Xian appeared, the devil-eyed owl's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed, and its voice instantly turned sharp. You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. You? How did you do it? It was no wonder that it had such a question. After all, it was a powerful existence ranked third on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Even if Xian's cultivation was stronger than it, it was probably not that much stronger. And he still had the demonic eye technique. No matter what, this kind of situation shouldn't have happened. He was actually followed by Xian into the void crack and silently arrived here, but he didn't notice at all. The reason why he asked such a question at this time was obviously to test Xian's tone. This way, he could be prepared in the upcoming battle. Although, the violent star bear that Xian had transformed into was unknown on the left bank, but after all, he had just killed the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 5th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, and the poisonous star python, ranked 4th, one after another. Just these 2 battles were enough to prove his strength. Even the devil-eyed owls, who had squeezed into the top 3 on the left bank's heavenly beast list, did not dare to be careless. This, before he finished speaking, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. A blue beam of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's huge single eye, and as it rumbled, the void in its path rapidly collapsed. After using the demonic eye technique, his speed was too fast. Once it enveloped Xian's body, it would probably cause a certain amount of damage. This was because although this eye technique was offensive, it was too domineering and powerful. One it took a long time to describe, but in fact, only a tenth of an instant had passed by the time this pillar of light arrived in front of him. 1,000-day distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers was traversed in just a tenth of an instant. If it were anyone else, even if it was a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage, they would not be able to dodge. They would definitely be hit, and the result would most likely be a hole in their body. After all, when this dark blue pillar of light shot out, even the void was collapsing. But Yixian dodged. First in the previous battle with the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, Yixian had almost fallen into a disadvantage in terms of speed. In the end, he had taken out the red lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet to reverse the situation. This was something that left a deep impression on him. Now that he was ambushing this devil-eyed cat owl, he would naturally be vigilant. The devil-eyed cat owl's position on the left bank's heavenly Tao list was even higher than the demonic blood-flying bear. Its strength was stronger, and it was a ferocious bird. Generally speaking, ferocious birds had a more obvious advantage in terms of speed compared to ferocious beasts. Yixian had already expected that his speed might be faster than the demonic blood-flying bear. So before he rushed out of the void crack, he had already taken out the red lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet. This proved that this kind of caution was necessary. Otherwise, Yixian would definitely not be able to dodge this dark blue light. It was very likely that he would be seriously injured because of it. Swish! With a shake of his shoulders, his figure disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side, only tens of billions of kilometers away from the devil-eyed cat owl. He clenched his iron fist and immediately punched out. Rumble, the power of this attack was too violent, and an earth-shattering rumble sounded out. The iron fist rumbled out, and the void along the way collapsed. If it really hit the devil-eyed cat owl's body, it would definitely break his bones and tendons. Your reaction is not bad, and your speed is not bad. Unfortunately, if that's all you have, then you're destined to die here in this battle. Screech. At the same time, the devil-eyed cat owl's voice sounded out. He raised his head and let out a sky-shattering screech. The pair of wings on his back flapped wildly, and his incomparably huge body instantly became agile. In the void, he was like a butterfly flying through flowers, dazzling everyone's eyes. Like he easily dodged Yixian's punch, and even appeared behind Yixian in a flash. He stretched out his right claw and instantly pressed down. Hiss! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The devil-eyed cat owl's right claw slashed across Yixian's back, tearing open the flesh on his back. At this moment, Yixian only felt a burning pain on his back. A huge wound had been torn open, and blood rained down from the sky. Still, fortunately, it was only his back, and not his chest or abdomen. Otherwise, this attack would have torn open Yixian's chest and abdomen, and his internal organs might have fallen out. That would definitely have been the result of serious injuries. This devil-eyed cat owl strength was not very strong, but its speed was too fast. As a ferocious bird, this was what it was supposed to be, so Yixian was not too surprised. The top 3 of the left bank, you really live up to your reputation. Unfortunately, you are only good at speed. Enduring the pain, Wild Bear's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yixian's voice sounded out again, revealing an even more intense chill. You should be proud. This noble one originally planned to only end this battle with a pair of bare fists, but because of your speed, this noble one was forced to use other methods. Whoosh. Who? Before he finished speaking, Yixian had already made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already behind the devil-eyed cat owl. This ray of light expanded explosively, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that spanned 10 billion kilometers. Moreover, this was not an ordinary strange flame, but a 10-colored flame that had never appeared even in the primordial chaos void. The 10-colored flame sea filled the sky, and in an instant, it spread out and blocked the devil-eyed cat owl's back, sides, and even the top of its head was sealed. This old fellow's speed was too fast, and Xian could only use this method to restrict its range of movement. Otherwise, who knew how long this battle would have lasted? Once the old fellow realized that it was not a match for Xian, it would very likely escape, and Xian might not be able to catch up to it. 10-colored flame? That's impossible. The devil-eyed cat owl's movement was suddenly restricted, and its body shook violently. It was originally extremely agile, but now it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It gasped in shock and exclaimed, "You are the master of the magic hall, Xian?" The old fellow reacted and guessed the origin of the 10-colored flame. It was formed by the master of the magic hall, Xian, after fusing the Shinong 9-colored flame with the red lotus karmic fire. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Rumble, bang, bang, bang. As his body stopped, a cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. Without hesitation, he flashed to the devil-eyed cat owl's side, reached out with his left hand, and pressed down on the base of its wings. His right hand clenched into a fist, and in an instant, he launched a barrage of punches without any suspense. The old fellow's body exploded after a dozen or so punches. The majestic blood mist was absorbed by Xian with a wave of his hand, and at the same time, he collected nearly 20 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. For no wonder he was ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. He was extremely rich, and even Xian was excited. At this point, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list had been killed by Xian. The dragon whale ranked 10th. The frostblood blue crocodile ranked 9th. The demon blood heavenly bull ranked 8th. The phoenix-tailed blood fox ranked 7th. The bloodthirsty silver wolf ranked 6th. The demon blood flying bear ranked 7th. Platoon the venomous starry sky python ranked 4th. And the devil-eyed cat owl ranked 3rd, which had squeezed into the top 3. Xian was very satisfied with the result of this battle. Although Xian was also quite surprised by the devil-eyed cat owl's speed, he was somewhat surprised that he was forced to use the 10-colored flame. Because of this, the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his origin at a glance. Fortunately, the two of them had fought in the vast and endless dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. Within a radius of 1 trillion miles, there was no other existence besides Xian and this devil-eyed cat owl. Therefore, even if the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his identity, it was still not important. The devil-eyed cat owl had already fallen. Even if he had seen some clues before he died, it was meaningless. Now that the devil-eyed cat owl had been killed, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list had been killed by Xian. Of the top 10 beasts on the left bank, only the top 2 beasts were still alive. These two old fellows were obviously stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl. One was the primordial octopus turtle, and the other was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. The primordial octopus turtle was ranked 2nd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. If the devil-eyed cat owl was said to be strong in speed, then the primordial octopus turtle was strong in defense. On the other hand, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape was strong in attack. Its combat strength was so strong that it was terrifying. It was said to be able to suppress all heavenly Tao existences. That was how the name of the heaven-suppressing sacred ape came about. As for the former, it was named the primordial octopus turtle because its lifespan was too long. It was said that this old turtle had been born at the beginning of the primordial era. The first generation of living beings born at the beginning of the primordial era were the 3,000 chaos demon gods. After that, the descendants of these 3,000 chaos demon gods became Khanate ferocious beasts. While it was said that this primordial octopus turtle was the first living being to be born after the 3,000 chaos demon gods. It was even before the first generation of Khanate ferocious beasts. It was almost as old as the primordial era, so the name of the primordial octopus turtle was well-deserved. Hong the primordial octopus turtle was guarding the ferocious beast Forbidden Land. The primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the Forbidden Land Star region. The primordial octopus Forbidden Land was ranked second on the left bank's Ferocious Beast Forbidden Land list. Its overall strength was stronger than that of the Owl Forbidden Land. There are more than 40 heavenly Dao old monsters guarding this ferocious beast Forbidden Land. However, in the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land, there is only one ferocious beast with the turtle bloodline. The other 40 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts were all ferocious beasts of the starry sky with other bloodlines. Also, in other words, although the primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land, and the ferocious beast Forbidden Land was named after him. In fact, the primordial octopus turtle was a loner. He did not have any bloodline descendants. Such a powerful existence had lived for such a long time, practically as long as this primordial era, yet he didn't leave behind any bloodline descendants. This matter was indeed a bit unusual, a bit strange. Butaz, for the specific reason, the outside world did not know at all. This was because the primordial octopus turtle had almost no contact with the outside world. Although he had appeared a few times over the endless years, he was almost always reticent and unwilling to communicate with others. He was very lazy, and for endless years he had been sleeping on a huge planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. Perhaps this was also related to his turtle bloodline. This race had always been like this. In other words, if Xianxia wanted to fight the primordial octopus turtle, the method of waiting for the devil-eyed owl vulture to come was no longer possible. This old fellow was hibernating on a huge abandoned planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. He did not come out at all, as if he was not interested in anything in the outside world and only liked to bury his head in sleep. Under such circumstances, if Xianxia waited outside, who knew how many years he might not be able to see him even once? He could only take the initiative to attack and find him himself. This was naturally risky, but he had just arrived at the middle section of the left bank. Although he had killed the devil-eyed owl vulture, this battle had taken place in the vast dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. It had not been leaked, so the news could not spread in a short time. While Xianxia estimated that it should not be a big problem to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land at this time. According to the order he had killed, the venomous starry sky python, ranked 4th on the left bank, had just been killed. The outside world would definitely think that his next target was the devil-eyed owl vulture, ranked 3rd on the left bank. Before the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, no one would deliberately pay attention to the primordial octopus turtle, ranked 2nd on the left bank. For Xianxia, if he wanted to kill this primordial octopus turtle, he did not have much time left. He had to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land immediately. Otherwise, once the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, the old fellows in the middle section of the left bank who were interested in him would immediately turn their attention to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. At this time, if Xianxia took the initiative to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land and entered the depths of the Forbidden Land star area, the risk would undoubtedly increase exponentially. After all this flashed through his mind, Xianxia immediately felt a strong sense of urgency. Without hesitation, after a cold light flashed in his eyes, he immediately waved his hand and directly tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, after shrinking his body to a height of about 10 feet, with a shake of his shoulders, he immediately rushed into the void crack and disappeared, rushing toward the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. The old tortoise forbidden area was also located in the middle section of the left bank. Xianxia left the vast and boundless darkness in front of the middle section of the left bank and directly tore through the void to teleport forward. It only took him 5 days to reach his destination. When the last void crack ended, the node was in the void 1 trillion miles away from the edge of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. Xianxia's figure rushed out of the void crack and directly rushed toward the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land 1 trillion miles away. Here at this time, he was still in the form of a violent starry sky bear, but his body had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. Moreover, he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to the extreme. Therefore, his body was hidden, and his chi was completely restrained. Even the dozen or so primordial chaos old monsters who had appeared out of nowhere in the past year or so on the left bank could not find any clues. In this state, Yi Xian moved forward at full speed and soon left the distance of 1,000,000,000,000 miles behind him. He quietly entered the edge of the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land and made his way to the depths of the star domain. He was not in a hurry to immediately extend his divine sense to investigate the situation in the forbidden land star domain. This was because although the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique could perfectly hide his body and chi, this state, as if nothing existed, was very fragile. As long as Yi Xian made a move or fully extended his divine sense, the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique would immediately lose its effect. At that time, as soon as his body appeared and his chi was exposed, the heavenly way old monsters who were guarding the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land would immediately sense it. But that was clearly not what Yi Xian wanted. This time, he entered the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land to fight the primordial octopus turtle, so he had to do his best to end the battle. Therefore, he could only confirm the primordial octopus turtle's location and even see him in person before he revealed himself. Chapter 51-58. Whoosh! An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian, who had completely restrained his aura, moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he left the distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers behind him and silently entered the edge of the old tortoise forbidden area, heading towards the depths of the star region. As the second most powerful forbidden ground on the left bank, the old tortoise forbidden ground naturally had many forbidden ground ferocious beasts. According to what Yi Xian knew, there were more than 40 heavenly law ferocious beasts here. Dang! However, it was impossible for all of these heavenly law ferocious beasts to stay in the star domain. Some must have gone out or entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. But as for the exact situation, since Yi Xian didn't extend his spiritual sense to investigate, he didn't know what was going on. A forbidden ground of this level obviously had many abandoned planets. After Yi Xian entered the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground, he went all the way into the depths of the star domain and saw many abandoned planets along the way. Every single one of them. There were many forbidden ground ferocious beasts in different forms and bloodlines on an abandoned planet, but none of them noticed his arrival. Dang! The old tortoise forbidden ground was very vast. Yi Xian walked for an entire day in the void before the abandoned planets in the star domain gradually decreased. As mentioned earlier, this primordial tortoise had a rather strange temperament and was extremely lazy. It had lived as long as this primordial tortoise, but it had not walked out of the old tortoise forbidden ground more than a few times in countless years. Usually, it slept in its cave-dwelling planet. Therefore, the surroundings of the primordial tortoise's cave-dwelling planet must be very secluded. Otherwise, if there were many other abandoned planets around, wouldn't it be a nuisance to it, who liked to sleep? Yes, to Yi Xian, this was obviously good news because the more secluded it was, the longer it would take to attract the attention of the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground. At this time, he had already reached the depths of the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Looking around, there was not a single abandoned planet to be seen. The void was quiet, giving people the feeling that they had arrived at the vast and boundless dark void beyond the two sides of the Milky Way. After flying for another day, a huge abandoned planet finally appeared in the dark void 1,000,000,000,000 miles ahead of them. It was the cave abode of the primordial age turtle. He was sleeping soundly inside the planet, and no one knew how long he would sleep every time he fell asleep. Dang! With Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, after entering the depths of the old tortoise forbidden area, it took him more than 2 days to reach this place. From this, it could be seen how deep the primordial old tortoise's cave was in the void. This place could be said to be extremely secluded. It was too far away. Even with Yi Xian's incomparably powerful divine sense, he was still unable to detect the other abandoned stars in the old tortoise forbidden land with his full strength. Also, in other words, if he fought with the primordial tortoise here, as long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, or if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground came to investigate on a whim, the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground would not notice anything that happened here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's tensed heart immediately relaxed. Such a long distance was enough for him because, in his opinion, as long as he found the primordial tortoise and attacked with his full strength, it would only take the time to eat a meal at most. In such a short time, even with his full strength, he was still more than a day's journey into the depths of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Even if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts noticed something was wrong, they would not be able to rush over in time. By the time they arrived, Yi Xian would have already drifted away. Xiao. With a flash of light, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a shake of his shoulder, he charged into the enormous abandoned star in front of him. Very quickly, soon, he arrived on the planet. A vast and boundless ocean that occupied more than 80% of the surface of the planet appeared in his field of vision. There was no doubt that the primordial tortoise was hibernating in this vast and boundless ocean for a long time. I will seal this planet and fight it inside. With the pressure of the field of Xianxia's treasure cauldron, the possibility of this battle alarming others is even lower. Show! As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded into an incomparably enormous cauldron. It floated above the star and emitted an invisible pressure that completely sealed the entire star. Show! At the same time, with Yi Xian's move, the perfect vibration of spiritual power was also broken. His figure was revealed. He was still only about 10 meters tall, but he expanded with the wind and was 50 million miles tall in the blink of an eye. His figure fell into the vast sea below. Walala! Thin as his huge body fell, the vast sea below immediately stirred up endless waves. The movement was terrifying, but did not spread out. This was because the Xianxia's cauldron, which was hidden in the void, poured out the power of the field and isolated everything inside the star. Show! There was no abnormality at all from the outside. Everything was as usual. Even the field of Xianxia's treasure cauldron, suspended above the planet, could not see it. It had been invisibly hidden by the power of its field. Who is it? How dare you disturb my sleep? As soon as Yi Xian's figure disappeared into the sea, a low and indifferent murmur came from a deep trench in the deepest part of the sea, revealing dissatisfaction. It was clearly the primordial tortoise. He was originally sleeping, but at this moment he was awakened and was angry. Rumble. Then, as the voice of this divine sense resounded, a shocking rumbling of thunder resounded from the deepest part of the ocean, the deep sea trench. An incomparably enormous black tortoise floated out from the depths of the trench. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its body was over 5 million kilometers in size. The aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was shockingly that of a peak heaven's way that had attained perfection in the 9th step. But it was incomparably solid and heavy. Obviously, it was even stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl that Yi Xian had just killed. This battle could not last too long. Otherwise, the possibility of being discovered would be greatly increased. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his incomparably huge figure instantly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the giant black tortoise. No, with some hesitation, he clenched his right fist and immediately punched toward the tortoise's head. Where did this bear cub come from? Did I step on your ancestral grave? You beat me up without saying anything. Are you crazy? Screech, seeing an incomparably huge fist coming toward his tortoise head, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. Faintly, he seemed to be able to hear his slightly embarrassed muttering to himself. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise. It is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head. As Xian made his move, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually directly retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. A slightly embarrassed muttering to himself could be faintly heard. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise. It is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head. Boom! Rumble. Before he could finish speaking, Yixian's fist had already landed on his tortoise shell. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the tortoise shell shook a little, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the seabed below shattered, and countless gravel of different sizes rolled in the sea like the roar of a raging river. It's so hard? Yixian was a little dumbfounded. He had used all his strength just now, so one could imagine the power of this punch. However, when it landed on the tortoise's shell, not a single crack appeared. It was simply so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. As he frowned, Yixian's mind raced. Only then did he remember that this primordial black tortoise was good at defense. Presumably, this tortoise's shell was so hard, which was one of the reasons for its astonishing defense. He did not continue to punch. Instead, he flipped his right hand and took out the big-headed black rod. If Yixian did not plan to use the big-headed black rod outside, because once he used it, his identity would be exposed. However, the entire planet had been sealed by the domain of the Shinnong treasure cauldron that was hidden in the void. Standing in the void outside the planet and looking inside, one would not be able to see anything unusual at all. And he had to kill this primordial black tortoise, so he naturally did not have to worry about this. This sovereign does not believe that I cannot break through your broken shell. Rumble! With the black rod in hand, Yixian's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. As he muttered softly, he raised his right arm high and swung it in a circle, ruthlessly smashing it towards the huge tortoise's shell in front of him. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. After the previous strike, the black shell of the primordial black turtle still remained unmoved. Instead, cracks the size of a spider web appeared at the bottom of the sea. If it weren't for the restraining power of the domain, the seawater would have probably flowed in. This result made Yixian dumbfounded again. He was a little caught off guard. Even when the big-headed black rod smashed down, there was no reaction at all. The old fellow's tortoise shell did not even have a white mark on it. This was simply heaven-defying. This is impossible. Boom! Bang! As if he was unwilling to give up, Yixian gritted his teeth and muttered. He swung his right arm again and smashed the big-headed black rod down again. Obviously, the result was no different. The tortoise's shell was still the same, but the seabed below was even more severely damaged. It was covered with spiderweb cracks of varying sizes. They were densely packed and looked shocking. This time, he was truly speechless. If this continued, the tortoise's shell would be fine, but the entire planet would be shaken into a pile of rubble. At that time, the power of the farmer god treasure cauldron would not be able to restrain it anymore. Once the planet collapsed and scattered, the energy fluctuations produced here would instantly spread out. If that was the case, the heavenly Tao old monsters in the star domain in front of the old tortoise forbidden land would soon notice the abnormality. And if by that time, Yixian was still unable to break through this incredibly hard tortoise shell, he would probably have no choice but to run away. After all, the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod had already been used. It would be strange if the other party did not know. In this situation, once Yixian retreated, the news that the violent starry sky bear that had recently appeared and wreaked havoc on the left bank was the master of the magic hall, Yixian, which spread in an instant. At this time, he could only stop here and find a place to hide, because the dozen or so grand mist old monsters on the left bank would definitely not let him go and would search everywhere for traces of him. So Yixian hid very well. However, If there was a certain shameless old man who did not care about Grand Mist Old Monster's face and turned to attack the forbidden land of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank, forcing him to show himself, then he would be in big trouble. It was simply impossible to resolve. Old man, to think that you're ranked second on the heavenly Tao Savage Beast list on the left bank. When faced with an enemy attack, you only know how to hide like a tortoise. Don't you find it too embarrassing? Yi Xian unwillingly transmitted his divine sense. He was clearly provoking the old man, using his reputation as the second on the left bank to provoke him. Generally speaking, a powerhouse of his level would not be able to tolerate such words. Only, if he wanted to stick his head out of the tortoise shell, Yi Xian would have a way to deal with him. He did not believe that this old tortoise's head was as hard as his tortoise shell. Stinking brat, don't give me that. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the primordial black tortoise's voice came from the huge black tortoise shell. The old man was not angry at all. It was obvious that he was not going to listen to anything. This old man is a tortoise to begin with. If a tortoise does not shrink its head, then wouldn't it be a joke? This is this old man's freedom. This is this old man's right. I'm a tortoise, so I shrink my head. It's only right and proper. This was awkward. He thought that it would be of some use, but who would have thought that it would be so righteous? Instead, it made Yi Xian feel embarrassed and angry. He felt that he had been overthinking things. It was simply the heart of a petty person. Fine, this is the last strike. If you still don't come out and fight with this sovereign, don't blame this sovereign for being impolite at that time. In anger, Yi Xian spoke again. He raised his right arm high and smashed down with the big-headed black tortoise's staff with all his strength. Bang! Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the cracks in the spider web on the seabed below became even denser. It seemed that if the staff struck again, the entire planet would shatter. However, the black tortoise shell in front of him was still the same as before. It did not move at all, and not a single white mark was left on it. Similarly, the primordial black tortoise that had shrunk into its tortoise shell was still as stubborn as before. It had no intention of coming out at all, and it did not even have the intention to make a sound. Do you think you can escape today's calamity like this? What a joke. Since this sovereign has come, it is impossible for me to return empty-handed. Furthermore, you have already seen through this sovereign's identity, so I definitely cannot let you live today. No matter what, I must kill you. Swish. As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and put away the big-headed black tortoise's staff. Then, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and an incomparably dazzling light shot out from his hand. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly turned into a boundless sea of 10-colored flames. It surrounded the primordial black turtle's huge turtle shell and was about to close in and incinerate it. This. Although this tortoise shell was hard, it was obviously unable to withstand the terrifying power of the 10-colored flame. If nothing unexpected happened, as soon as the 10-colored flame sea closed in, this primordial black tortoise and his tortoise shell would be incinerated into ashes. 10-colored flames? Damn little bastard, you King. Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? 10-colored flames? Damn little bastard, you King. Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? With the terrifying power of the 10-colored flames here, Yi Xian was not surprised that the old man begged for mercy, but what he said at this moment, asking Yi Xian to give this old man some face, was really puzzling. Hearing this, Yi Xian was completely confused and stunned on the spot. Yi Xian, after being stunned for a few seconds, he finally reacted. His eyes turned cold, and he snorted softly. "What? You're scared after seeing the 10 colored flames? How dare you say such words? What does it have to do with me, who your grandson is? Do I need to give him face and spare your life? Little bastard, you're shameless, too shameless. You're simply turning against me." Hearing Yixian's words, the primordial octoturtle was so angry that his tortoise shell trembled. He roared loudly. "This old man's grandson is at least in cahoots with you, but you won't even let his grandfather go. Can you be any more heartless? In cahoots with me?" Yixian asked. The more Yixian listened, the more confused he became. His brows furrowed even tighter, but the curiosity in his heart was also aroused. He subconsciously asked, "Old man, who exactly is your grandson? Void giant tortoise, you dare say you don't know him?" Within the tortoise shell, the primordial octoturtle's muffled voice sounded, as if he was gnashing his teeth, revealing his resentment. When the chaos world was just created, this old man entered once and left behind that bloodline. If he's not my grandson, then what is he? It's actually that guy. This result was too unexpected. Yixian cried out involuntarily on the spot. "You old bastard, you're actually the void giant tortoise's grandfather?" It's the truth. Seeing that Yixian did not seem to know about this matter, which meant that his previous words could not be considered heartless, the old man's tone softened a little, and he continued in a muffled voice, "Kid, you're also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. Sense the aura of this old man's bloodline and compare it with his. Can't you see it?" After being reminded, Yixian really did see through the clues. Previously, he had not thought about it at all, but now that he knew the truth, with his cultivation, especially the supreme power of the demon's soul pupil, he naturally saw that the old man was not lying at all. He was indeed the bloodline ancestor of the void giant tortoise. "I didn't expect that today the Dragon King Temple would be washed away by the flood, and we don't recognize each other anymore. Phew, whoosh." However, in a moment of enlightenment, Yixian directly waved his hand, and the 10-colored sea of flames that he had just summoned turned into a ray of light, entered between his eyebrows, and disappeared. At the same time, his body also shrank, turning into the size of about 10 feet. Even the Shinong treasure cauldron that was suspended in the sky above the star, but had been hidden in the void, was directly absorbed into his body. Due after all this, Yixian spoke again and waved at the primordial black tortoise. "Brother old tortoise, please don't take the misunderstanding from before to heart. But then again, the strength of your defense is really something this little brother has never seen before, and I really admire it. Why don't you become sworn brothers with this little brother, and become sworn brothers with different surnames?" If it was anyone else, Yixian naturally would not have such thoughts, but this old man was the void giant tortoise's grandfather, so it was a different story. Void the void giant tortoise and Yixian were indeed considered partners, but the old man didn't treat Yixian very well in the beginning. Of course, he had likely stepped into the heavenly Tao realm by now, but he was definitely not Yixian's match. Perhaps it was for this reason that the old man and the primordial Yuxia had never appeared again. They probably felt that they would lose face in front of the powerful Yixian. And this time, Yixian had accidentally encountered his bloodline patriarch, a figure from his grandfather's generation. He naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Only if he could become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise. Then the next time he saw the void giant tortoise, he could show off in front of him as an elder. Just the thought of the old man's expression when that happened left Yixian extremely excited. It could be said that he was extremely eager to become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise. He felt like he had been injected with steroids, and he was excited and agitated. Become sworn brothers? Yixian's words left the primordial black tortoise taken aback, but when it saw Yixian put away the 10-colored sea of flames, including the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above the star, it was no longer on guard. It immediately shrunk its body to the size of 10 feet, just like Yixian. Together with Yixian. At the same time, it extended its head and limbs from its original turtle shell. It stared at Yixian with narrowed eyes and sized him up. It asked suspiciously, "Rascal, you were talking about killing me a moment ago. but now you suddenly want to become sworn brothers with me. What are you scheming? Scheming? Do I need to scheme against you? Yixian was unhappy to hear that. His expression darkened as he continued. Don't be fooled by your turtle shell. If I really wanted to deal with you, my tin-colored sea of flames would be enough to turn you into ashes in an instant. Not to mention you, I don't even care about that Saint Ape who is ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Once I leave here, I'll go to Saint Ape Forbidden Land and kill him. At this point, Yixian snorted coldly and curled his lips in disdain. Do I need to scheme against such a peerless and supreme existence? You want to go to the Saint Ape Forbidden Land to find that Saint Ape? The old turtle was shocked, and his tone was full of disbelief. That Saint Ape is an ancient existence from the same era as this old one. He is also almost as old as this primordial era. His combat strength is incomparably powerful, and he is known as the Saint Ape. He can suppress the will of heaven and earth. Since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Even this old one feels guilty when facing him. If it weren't for this turtle shell, I wouldn't have the qualifications to fight him head-on. After saying that, he paused for a moment and glanced at Yixian before continuing. It's not that this old man is looking down on you, brat. Although your battle prowess is also heaven-defying, if you want to fight this heaven-suppressing Saint Ape head-on, unless you use the tin-colored flames, there's no way you can win. In fact, if you're not careful, you'll be suppressed by him. So you better think twice about this matter. Don't be impulsive. Roar, damned old man. You're looking at me through the crack in the door. You're looking down on me. Hearing the words of the primordial octopus turtle, Yixian raised his head and roared. Isn't it just a Saint Ape? If this old one makes a move, I will definitely suppress him. Oh, you're still in the mood? Old Tortoise Meng rolled his eyes, as if he was going to fight with Yixian. If you insist, then up to you. This old man will throw his words here. Without using the tin-colored flames, if you can avoid being suppressed by him, this old man will become sworn brothers with you. What's the harm in that? Roar. As soon as the primordial octopus turtle finished speaking, Yixian raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless anger. He was furious. He was truly infuriated. It wasn't because he wanted to become sworn brothers with the primordial octoturtle, but the primordial octoturtle had proposed a condition instead. Instead, it was because the primordial octoturtle's condition was that he wouldn't be suppressed by the primordial octoturtle's divine ape. This was blatant contempt and even disregard. It was as if Yixian was destined to be suppressed by the Saint Ape. There was absolutely no suspense. Old man, you're really looking down on me. I won't use the tin-colored flame in this battle. I'll just use my bare fist to suppress that heaven-suppressing holy ape. Mao said. As Yixian spoke, he had already turned to the primordial octopus turtle and said in a deep voice, but you also know that this old one's identity is a little sensitive right now. It will be troublesome if the primordial octopus, a descendant of the heavenly Tao, sets his sights on me. So this battle cannot be fought in the Saint Ape Forbidden Land. You have to be responsible for attracting that Saint Ape. We will fight in the vast dark void in front of the left bank. This is not a problem. This old one knows that old monkey's temper. If he hears that a violent bear is clamoring to suppress him with a pair of bare fists, that old monkey will definitely not be able to stop it. Not to mention the dark void in front of the left bank. Even if it is the right bank, he will immediately rush over. At this point, the primordial octopus turtle paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, this old one, and he could be considered to have some friendship. This old one will pass on this matter, so he will definitely not suspect anything. You just have to choose the place of the battle and then wait for his arrival. In that case, this old one will wait and see whoosh. As he spoke, Yixian waved his hand, and in an instant a ray of light shot out and was collected by the primordial octopus turtle. This ray of light was an interstellar coordinate. The location was in the depths of the vast dark void in front of the left bank. It could be said to be extremely secluded. If a battle were to unfold there, the great beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant star fields on the left bank of the Milky Way would definitely not sense it. Even the primordial octopus turtle would not be able to sense it. This, After all of this, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand again, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it, and his figure disappeared in an instant. As for the primordial octopus turtle, his mission was to go to the sacred ape, Forbidden Land, and lure over the sacred ape, who was known as the number one on the left bank, invincible in the heavenly Tao realm, and the strongest under the primordial octopus turtle. Left, in front of the left bank, in the depths of the vast dark void, Yixian had already arrived. Xian had arrived here 2 days ago. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He was in his best condition, ready to fight at any moment. Although his figure was only about 10 feet tall, he was already in the 9th transformation state of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, and it was extremely condensed and heavy. No, because the perfect oscillation spiritual power mystic technique had long been fully activated, his body in the form of the violent star bear was hidden. His aura was completely restrained, and the void looked empty. Heavens, even if the primordial octopus, who was a descendant of the heavenly Tao, was here and carefully investigated, he would definitely not notice anything amiss. After waiting for 3 days, there was finally movement in the void in front of him. Yixian, who was sitting cross-legged and waiting, opened his eyes. Hiss! The crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as a huge void rift appeared. Following that, 2 figures emerged from it. The 2 figures were about 50 million kilometers in size. The first to emerge from the void rift was the primordial octopus turtle, followed closely by the sacred ape suppression. This old monkey was standing on its hind legs. Its eyes were like lightning, and its entire body was covered in golden fur. Not a single strand of its fur was impure. At this moment, it walked out of the crack in the void with large strides. At first glance, it looked like a human-shaped scorching sun slowly approaching, giving people a very heavy feeling of pressure. "You're that violent star bear?" As soon as he arrived, Yixian's figure appeared. The sacred ape suppression's gaze locked onto him, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. There was an invisible sense of majesty in the low voice. This venerable one just received news that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who was ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be because of you, right? Apart from the devil-eyed cat owl, this bastard was originally going to fall as well. However, it was discovered that he had a relationship with this venerable one, so this matter was dropped. Yixian nodded, his face full of disdain. As he stood up, he replied with his divine sense, "Excluding him, you're the only one left in the top 10 of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list on the left bank. And in today's battle, you will also be suppressed." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian in his bear form raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, he activated the Blood Sea secret technique. His figure, which was originally only around 3 meters tall, had become 50 million kilometers tall in half a breath's time. He stood facing the sacred ape suppression from a distance of 100 billion kilometers in the void, and the atmosphere in the void became oppressive. A smell of gunpowder that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed spread out invisibly. A shocking battle was about to happen. "You stinking brat, you said you wanted to become sworn brothers with this old man, but now you don't give this old man any face in front of outsiders. You're really too much." It was because he felt that Yixian's words just now had embarrassed him. The primordial black turtle's expression turned awkward as it muttered a few words in a muffled voice. Then, with a sway of its body, it directly retreated 1 trillion kilometers away. This battle had nothing to do with him. He was just a witness, so there was naturally no need for him to stay in the battlefield. Here, after arriving 1 trillion kilometers away in the distant void, the primordial octopus turtle immediately turned around and floated in the dark void. His eyes were sharp as he watched with great interest. Right? Even he was looking forward to this battle. There was no need to say much about the sacred ape suppression strength. On the left bank of the Milky Way, putting aside those ancient existences who had retreated from the world millions of years ago to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. The sacred ape suppression was known as the strongest among all the heavenly beasts. It was the strongest of the heavenly Tao, the strongest person below the primordial chaos Tao. And now, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, who was about to battle with him, was also an existence of this level. He had already killed 8 of the top 10 heavenly beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list, and excluding himself, this sacred ape suppression was the only one left. Such a shocking battle record had never been seen even on the left bank of the Milky Way for countless years. But, therefore, this upcoming battle would definitely be recorded in the left bank's history books. It was rare to see in countless years, and even an ancient existence like the primordial octopus turtle who had lived for countless years couldn't help but be fascinated. You want to become sworn brothers with this old bastard? That's a good idea. As the primordial octopus turtle retreated into the distance, the sacred ape suppression's divine sense voice rang out again. Speaking of which, I have known him for countless years. In today's battle, if you can survive my iron fist, I will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar. M. Chapter 51-59. Speaking of which, this supremacy has known him for countless years. If you can survive this supremacy's iron fist today, this supremacy will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar, rumble, as the voice of the divine sense faded. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape raised his head and roared angrily. Without wasting any more words, his figure flickered, and he immediately threw a punch at Xianxia. The amount of power was too violent. Wherever the punch passed, the void would rapidly collapse. This was a shocking scene. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. He was only 10 billion kilometers away from Xianxia in his bare form. Heaven-suppressing sacred ape, you really live up to your reputation. Once the punch was thrown, the scene was so shocking that even Xianxia could not help but sigh. But at the same time, it also aroused his fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. Bang. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The punch of Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape collided in the void. A huge area of 10 billion kilometers in size collapsed. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc. This attack almost tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, but in the end, it did not. That was something that could only be done by a primordial realm expert. More than a year ago, outside the Chaos Lac Star field, the two powerful primordial realm experts, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, easily tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void. A primordial realm black hole appeared, and it was filled with primordial chaos void turbulence formed by primordial realm energy. Today, Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape could definitely be considered the strongest experts under the primordial realm. However, they had not reached the primordial realm and did not possess primordial realm energy. Even if the terrifying energy of their full-strength collision was not enough to tear apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, however, Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were sent tumbling backward when the earth-shattering explosion rang out. They were both hundreds of billions of kilometers away. When they finally stabilized themselves, their breathing was rapid, and their chests were heaving up and down. Their blood and chi were surging. They were evenly matched in one strike. No one was injured, and no one had the slightest advantage. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. I didn't expect that on the left bank of the Milky Way, there would be someone who could fight me head-on and not be at a disadvantage. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape's eyes flickered with a dark light as he spoke with excitement. He sized Xianxia up from head to toe with admiration. You're not bad either. All these years, when I throw out a punch with all my strength, the only one who can come out unscathed besides that old bastard is you. However, that doesn't count. He's just a coward who hides in his shell. Xianxia nodded as well. He was extremely impressed by the astonishing battle prowess of this heaven-suppressing saint ape. At this moment, when their gazes met, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose in their hearts. Although the primordial chaos void was vast, the two sides of the Milky Way were vast, and there were countless experts in the starry sky. But for the current Yixian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, not counting the old monster of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, it was already extremely difficult to find someone who could fight them head-on. Roar! In the void billions of kilometers away, the invisible primordial black turtle roared wildly, expressing his dissatisfaction. You can fight all you want. Why are you talking about this, old man? What's wrong with being a coward? It's not embarrassing for a turtle to shrink its head. Bang! Rumble! Yixian and the heaven-suppressing saint ape did not pay attention to him at all. With a cold flash in their eyes, the two of them shot forward and clashed again in the void. This time, the two of them did not collide with each other with their fists. Instead, they both punched each other's bodies. This was intentional, because in that head-on clash of fists, they had already competed in strength. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, in the second clash, the two of them did not dodge each other's giant fists and allowed each other to hit their own bodies. What they wanted to compete was the strength of each other's bodies. An explosion resounded in the sky, followed by continuous rumbling of thunder. Another black hole that was 10 billion miles wide was blasted open in the void. The violent energy wreaked havoc, and nothing could be seen within 100 billion miles. The only thing that could be seen was two figures shooting out of this chaotic area. These two figures were Yixian and the heaven-suppressing saint ape. This clash was different from the first one. The first clash was a clash of fists, and neither of them was injured. However, this clash of fists hit each other's bodies, and it was incomparably tough. Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away. He was slightly injured. The heaven-suppressing saint ape was the same. He was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had been injured in countless years. Although it was also only a light injury, it was enough to shock the heaven-suppressing saint ape. You're only lightly injured? However, he was not shocked by his own injuries because he had already tested Yixian's strength. He had already expected that this punch would cause him a light injury and cause him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, from his words, it was clear that the heaven-suppressing saint ape was shocked because Yixian was the same as him. He only spat out a mouthful of blood and was only lightly injured. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Yixian's physical body was. Just like him, it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder. There was no difference in strength at all. Their strength was on par, and the strength of their bodies was also on par. This battle was clearly a tie, and neither could do anything to the other. Whether it was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape or Yixian, both of them were incomparably proud of their own combat strength before they met each other. They never thought that at the same cultivation level, they would actually meet an existence that was not inferior to them in terms of strength or physical strength in a direct battle of this level. Of course, Yixian still had the 10-colored flame, fallen bow, and spiritual force secret techniques that he had not used yet. However, the heaven-suppressing saint ape was the supreme existence ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. He obviously had many secret techniques, divine abilities, and various supreme treasures in his hands. If the battle escalated, both sides would be able to use their own methods, and the final result would be a tie. Even though Yixian had a higher chance of winning because he had the 10-colored flame that even Grand Mystic Centric was wary of, it could not erase the shock brought to him by the heaven-suppressing saint ape. Without the use of secret techniques or supreme treasures, just a head-on battle of fists could truly answer the most basic question. The heaven-suppressing saint ape's strength had undoubtedly received Yixian's acknowledgement. In fact, the heaven-suppressing saint ape had also acknowledged Yixian's strength. This was the true meaning of no discord, no concord. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, You are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you, so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out again. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you, so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape said that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Xianxia, but his purpose was so that they would have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. This, in truth, Xianxia also had the same idea. This kind of opponent was too difficult to find, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Even more so not to mention that there was no enmity between him and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and they even appreciated each other. The so-called Oath of Brotherhood was only natural. This old man thought that he would be able to witness an earth-shattering battle, but I didn't expect the two of you to be so boring, seeing that both Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had stopped fighting and had no intention of continuing the battle. The primordial black tortoise, who had retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, immediately rolled his eyes. Same as with a flash, he also rushed over, muttering to himself as if he was extremely dissatisfied. A battle of this level might not even occur once in many years, but I didn't expect you two to be all bark and no bite. What a waste of this old man's effort. It's simply too disappointing. In other words, the reason he had rushed to the sacred ape forbidden land and lured the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape here was only to watch the battle between Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Such words were naturally infuriating. So both Xianxia and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape turned to him and glared at him. Look, from the looks of it, it was clear that if the old man said a few more words of nonsense, they would immediately join forces and beat him up together. Whether it was Xianxia or the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, the old man couldn't win. If the two of them really joined forces, it was easy to imagine how miserable his end would be. Realizing this, the primordial black tortoise immediately shrunk his neck and wisely shut his mouth, but he could still faintly murmur to himself, "What kind of world is this? This is too violent, too disrespectful of the elders. Even if we want to become sworn brothers, this old man is the oldest, so I'm still the eldest. How dare the younger one look at the older one? How unreasonable." The three of them naturally couldn't be ranked by combat strength, because that would change the meaning. The reason why they became sworn brothers was because they appreciated each other and appreciated each other. If they would be ranked by combat strength, it would lose its meaning. Very soon, the three of them became sworn brothers in the primordial void. Just as the primordial old tortoise had said, he was the oldest and was slightly older than the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, so he was naturally the eldest. The second was the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and as for Xianxia, he was too young, so he could only be ranked third. To be honest, the Cosmic Violent Ape is just one of my identities. In fact, I am the master of the Magic Hall. Xianxia, since they had become sworn brothers, Xianxia naturally wouldn't hide his true identity. The primordial black tortoise already knew this, so he took the initiative to reveal it to the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "It should have been you. Second brother, I have already guessed it." The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had an as-expected expression on his face. It seemed that he had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that he heard Xianxia admit it, he wasn't surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Third brother, why did you hunt the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list? What's the deep meaning behind this?" He wasn't the only one. Even the primordial black tortoise had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape asked, he immediately looked over with interest. "My true cultivation is only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. I've been searching for the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list because I want to temper myself through battles and seek an opportunity to break through. Yixian didn't hide much about this, but he didn't reveal anything deeper either. Jian, after a brief explanation, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape before continuing. I've been through 3 battles recently, and the opportunity to break through has arrived. Therefore, I can't stay any longer. I'm about to break through in seclusion, so we'll meet again in the future. Hiss. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. After nodding to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, he stepped into it and disappeared. Whoosh! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yixian's figure walked out of spatial rift that suddenly appeared. This was still the vast, dark void in front of the left bank, but it wasn't the void where he had fought the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Yixian came to the place where he had been in seclusion before an abandoned planet appeared. Not long ago, he broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly Tao here. Well, now, Yixian came here again. His purpose was to break through to the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, and even reach the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. A dim light flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he swept over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. Following, then, he took out the Shinnong treasure cauldron. In order to reduce its size, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Between his hands, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yixian. They were all cultivation resources used to launch this breakthrough. Very quickly, soon, a dim light flashed in his eyes. The power of the Shinnong Cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul's fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. All the cultivation resources melted in Yixian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in his body. The expected sound of the chains immediately came. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn, he could smoothly break through. Taking a deep breath, Yixian quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes and immediately urged the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the river of energy that had formed in his meridians was finally completely refined. Then, with just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already broken. While the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, Yixian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. No, there was suspense. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial great Tao still existed. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm required to consume the level 31 primordial pellet. With this breakthrough, Yixian's true combat strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th level of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. With the completion of the breakthrough, he, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, suddenly opened his eyes. Hinch calculating the time, he had actually spent a month in seclusion this time, which was twice as long as the last time he had broken through. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. He was hesitating whether to continue his closed-door cultivation. In one go, he would break through the last small stage before consuming the level 31 primordial pill. Of course, the reason why he was hesitating was because he had just completed a breakthrough. Although this was considered a normal breakthrough, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested after the great battle. Next, he could forcibly consume the heavenly Tao blood essence, enter closed-door cultivation again, and continue to break through. The next breakthrough was, after all, the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. It was different from the previous breakthroughs. The difficulty would definitely increase, and it was no small matter. If he failed to break through by consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence, it would obviously be more complicated to break through this small stage in the future. However, after some consideration, he finally decided to break through this last small stage in one go. This was because the news of the death of the devil-eyed owl, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had spread. Furthermore, the primordial octoturtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had become sworn brothers with him not long ago. If he wanted to continue using the great battle to train himself and seek the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to even find an opponent. Left. Among the shore beasts, the ones ranked below the top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list could not withstand a single blow from Yixian. If he wanted to challenge them, the effect of using the great battle to train himself was almost negligible. Dang! However, there was also a heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank of the Milky Way. The top 10 powerhouses on this list were comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. But the composition of the battle power of the remnant powerhouses was quite complicated. The battle power of the fierce beasts reflected the power of the physical body and the power of the bloodline's secret techniques. The comprehensive battle power of the remnant powerhouses also included the support of the magic weapons in their hands and the power of various arrays. Fighting with the fierce beasts was satisfying, but fighting with the remnant powerhouses was far from the same. Sometimes, from the beginning to the end of the battle, or even from the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the arrays and the magic weapons. For Yixian, it was far less useful than fighting with the fierce beasts. What's more, the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and the heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank were side by side. The top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list were targeted by Yixian. It was impossible for the top 10 existences on the heavenly Tao remnant list not to be prepared. Speaking, maybe they had already hidden in the parallel void, and he might not be able to find them. That is, then he could find them. If it was a trap and there was an old monster of the Hongmeng realm lurking behind them, the result would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Therefore, after considering all this, Yixian was inclined to start seclusion again in the end. He would use the method of swallowing the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcibly break through to the peak of the 9th stage great circle. Swish! 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 After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light shot out. They were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them were 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, and all of them were of the highest quality. It could be seen that in order to ensure the success of this breakthrough, Yixian had put in a lot of effort. After everything was ready, Yixian's eyes flashed with a faint light. The power of the treasure cauldron's field was activated, and all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. The same was true for the 10 heavenly Tao blood essences. There was suspense. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth. 1. A majestic energy river slowly flowed out from Yixian's body, and the expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through this time was the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle, the last shackle before the primordial Tao. But Yi Xian didn't care. So what if it was thick? In the end, it was just a shackle. As long as he tore it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through and step into the true peak of the heavenly Tao. Condense, after calming his mind and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately activated the energy river that had just formed in his body. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. Or perhaps it was because he had swallowed 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, and because this breakthrough was forcefully breaking through the shackles in his body. As the energy circulated, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an unbearable, intense pain. At this moment, his precious body was shining, and there was an endless mist around him. However, his forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. His brows were tightly knitted as he endured the pain. Even so, with his current level of cultivation, it was still so painful. It could be seen how intense it was. It was simply outrageous. In this kind of extreme pain, Yi Xian forgot about everything and had no consciousness of time. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the energy river that had formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. Then, after that, when Yi Xian gathered his strength, with just one final impact, the incomparably thick shackles broke. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical bodies, qi, and blood. Current realm. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Heavens. Peak to the Heavenly Tao. He had finally reached it. It was no longer forcefully raised by the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. It was his own true cultivation realm. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt incomparably excited. The moment he opened his eyes, there was clearly a trace of intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. It was very obvious that after this breakthrough, the invisible suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. At this moment, after the breakthrough, Yi Xian tried to activate the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. In the end, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, there was no change in his cultivation realm. He was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. In other words, the current him was at this realm, but in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. Of course, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true battle strength could still be increased by a large margin. It was just that his realm remained the same. He had long expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised. In fact, he didn't even feel too disappointed, because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, he would soar to the heavens. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. However, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. He had long expected this situation, so he didn't feel disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, the suppression of the primordial Tao would no longer exist. To him, this was truly soaring to the heavens. However, although he was now at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage and had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill, the pill hadn't been refined yet. Everything was still a little far away. The perfect pill formula for the primordial pill has long been deduced. Furthermore, the main ingredients and various supplementary ingredients required for the refinement have long been prepared. As these flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. As he muttered softly, he subconsciously clenched his fists. His tone suddenly became incomparably resolute. Since that's the case, then I'll take this opportunity to refine the grade 31 primordial pill in one go, before we talk about it again. In order to refine a level 31 Grand Mist pellet, there is no need to mention the various top-notch cultivation materials. Yi Xian had already prepared all of these. As for the main ingredients, apart from the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, each cauldron of primordial pills required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 different heavenly Tao origin liquids. After deciding on the refinement, Yi Xian immediately calculated the heavenly Tao blood essences, heavenly Tao origin liquids, and 5 elements medicinal catalyst. The final number delighted him. The main ingredients he had were enough to refine 4 cauldrons. Although each cauldron was destined to produce only one grade 31 primordial pill, it was enough. For there were 4 cauldrons. Apart from the one he used, there were still 3 left. This, however, the primordial chaos Tao realm was different from the heavenly Tao realm. Although he had many close friends and subordinates under him, there were probably only a few who could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. The remaining 3 grade 31 primordial chaos pills he had on hand in case of emergencies. It was more than enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients were produced by him as they floated in front of him. Tight following that, Yi Xian's perception extended into the cauldron through the 9-colored fog and entered the interior of the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God Cauldron's interior was at the bottom of the Central Region's volcano. Phew! With a thought, a beam of light shot out from the Farmer God Cauldron at the bottom of the Central Region's volcano. It was extremely dazzling and was none other than the 10-colored flames that had just been fused not long ago. As it shot up, the 10-colored flames split into 4 along the way. They expanded with the wind, and in a blink of an eye, they formed 4 cauldrons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. The cauldrons were formed purely from the 10-colored flames. They floated in midair above the Central Region's volcano in a row and emitted a heart-palpitating energy aura. Just the Farmer God 9-colored flames were enough to refine a grade 31 primordial chaos pill. But now, Yi Xian was using the 10-colored flames that exceeded the 9-colored flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just the cauldron's flames. Instead, the entire cauldron was formed from pure 10-colored flames. The effects were obvious. This kind of extravagant preparation could not only greatly increase the success rate of refining a grade 31 Grand Mist pellet, but also guarantee the grade and quality of the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet that came out of the furnace. These are 31 Grand Mist pellets we're talking about. It's no small matter. Yi Xian has to do everything perfectly. Otherwise, every cauldron of Grand Mist pellets will have flaws and accidents, and the losses will be immeasurable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After everything was completed, the sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Dense dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These dark lights were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet. They shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and directly appeared at the bottom of the volcano. They were divided into 4 portions above the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row. Then they suddenly paused and hovered in midair. Each portion of the materials contained a set of 5 elements guiding herbs, 81 heavenly Tao blood essences, 81 heavenly Tao origin liquids, and various top-grade cultivation resources that were used as supplementary materials. All of them were extremely rare. Only Yi Xian could gather such a large amount of top-grade materials. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Very quickly, with a thought from Yi Xian, all the materials that were suspended in midair above the Central Region's volcano automatically flew up and entered the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row below. From then on, the refinement of the 4 cauldrons of grade 31 Grand Mist pellets officially began. Just one grade 11 Grand Mist pellet was enough to allow a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm to reach the primordial Tao realm in a short period of time. A primordial Tao realm expert was the strongest existence in the primordial Tao realm. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial Tao era were only at the primordial Tao realm. While in this primordial Tao era that was about to end, there were only a dozen or so primordial Tao realm experts that were born. Even they had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm a million years ago. Because in order to obtain enough heavenly Tao 9 Great Tao elixir from Hongke, they had been in seclusion for a million years before successfully coming out and entering the primordial Tao realm. Just this alone allowed one to discern how rare and precious existences at the level of the primordial Grand Tao were, and how rare they were. This was the first time Xian had refined this grade 31 Grand Mist pellet, and 4 cauldrons had been opened at the same time. Therefore, even with Xian's impressive attainments in alchemy and experience in refining various grades of pellets, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. From the beginning of the refinement, he had already put his heart and soul into it, ensuring that he controlled everything with incomparable precision. There couldn't be the slightest accident. At this time, Xian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. As his hands moved, one alchemy technique after another was formed in his hands, turning into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron and landed in the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were lined up in a row in the center of the volcano in the central district. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Boom, 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 boom. 2 hours later, several loud booms sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central district. The 4 cauldrons that were lined up and formed by pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed. For the sake of the 4 10-colored flames that were like a river, they whistled and rushed back to the Farmer God Cauldron below and disappeared. While, as these 4 10-colored cauldrons dispersed, 4 pigeon egg-sized purple gold pellets appeared in mid-air in the center of the volcano in the central district. The grade 31 Grand Mist pellet had been born. Chapter 5160. Boom, 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 boom. At the bottom of the volcano, several loud explosions rang out. The 4 cauldrons formed from pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed, howling as they rushed back to the Shinong flame pool below and disappeared. Left in the void, there were only 4 purple gold pills the size of pigeon eggs left. These 4 pills were violet gold in color, and they were extremely dense. Even though they weren't large in size, all of them emanated extremely dense primordial insight, and their quality were top-notch. They were top-grade pills. At this moment, the level 31 Grand Mist pellet had finally appeared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked out of the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He knew that as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world would sense it, and there would soon be an unexpected change in the void. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Shinong cauldron turned into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. Boom! Rumble. At the same time that Xian waved his hand and stored the Shinong treasure cauldron into his body, the sound of rumbling thunder immediately came from the dark void outside the abandoned planet that he was cultivating in. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking to the ears. This was an expected situation, and Xian was not surprised at all. His spiritual sense subconsciously extended out from within the star core, and immediately saw that although there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky outside the star, the sound of thunder was resounding in all directions. It was as if there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so strong and majestic that even Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. This was a sign that the primordial pill tribulation was about to descend. The so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the primordial pill lightning tribulation that descended when the primordial pill was refined. The heavenly path treasure pill and the primordial treasure pill were no small matter. Back then, even though Xian had only deduced the perfect pill formulas for these two types of treasure pills and had not refined them, he had still attracted the pill tribulation. Now that the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet had appeared and was successfully refined, it would be strange if the Grand Mist pellet tribulation didn't descend. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the true primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Its true power was comparable to the power of the primordial heavenly punishment that Yi Xian had used to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. Although it was no small matter, with Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, it would at most cause him to be slightly injured. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured. However, in reality, the primordial pill tribulation that was about to descend was definitely not one, but 4. This was because he had refined 4 batches of grade 31 primordial pellets, producing 4 pellets. Even in this primordial void, the 4 primordial pellets were considered supreme treasures. They would definitely undergo the baptism of a lightning tribulation before they could transform and advance to the pinnacle. As the refiner of the treasure pill, Yi Xian would also be targeted by the lightning tribulation and undergo the tribulation together. Boom! Swish! 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 In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star. The primordial pill tribulation, which had already finished accumulating power in the void outside, finally descended at this moment. In an instant, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. It was as if everything was illusory. It did not seem to exist on the surface. However, in reality, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Yi Xian's figure and aura. Of course, it also locked onto the 4 newly refined grade 31 primordial pellets that he had taken out with a wave of his hand. Amidst the shocking rumbling, an invisible primordial tribulation force locked onto one of the 4 primordial pellets. Yi Xian's figure was also locked onto as well. In the next moment, his figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, this primordial tribulation force only attracted one primordial tribulation force. After the first wave of power was released, everything came to a stop. The invisible energy that was wreaking havoc instantly disappeared without a trace. This treasure pill that had withstood the primordial chaos tribulation force instantly became even more resplendent. The dense energy aura made it impossible to look directly at it. Swish! There was some hesitation. Before anyone came, Yi Xian immediately took action and directly stored this supreme primordial pellet that had already passed the primordial pellet tribulation force into his body. Rumble! In the dark void, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder rang out once again. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be soul-stirring. The second primordial tribulation force had descended. Yi Xian frowned, but he did not hesitate. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shook his shoulders and instantly faced it. This time, he felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, he held it back in the end. Then, he waved his hand and stored the supreme primordial pellet that had successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force. Then, next was the third primordial tribulation force. There was no suspense at all as it successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force that locked onto the primordial pellet. Then, it was absorbed into Xianxia's body, until, at this time, 3 of the 4 primordial pellets had all undergone the baptism of the primordial tribulation force. All of them had reached perfection and were absorbed into Xianxia's body, while Xianxia's lifeblood was in turmoil as he withstood 3 primordial tribulation forces in a row. His face was somewhat pale. Rip. At this moment, around the star field where Xian was in seclusion, 66 continuous sounds of silk being torn could be heard from time to time. Without any warning, the sound of silk being torn could be heard. This was the primordial pellet tribulation. Its might was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, it made countless heavenly Tao experts in the ferocious beast Forbidden Grounds and the remnant star domain on the left bank sense it. They rushed over immediately and were now arriving one after another. Xian had long expected this. He frowned slightly and looked over. Void in different spots in the void. Void rifts appeared one after another. Figures walked out from them. They were either primordial survivors or astral beasts. All of them came from the left bank of the Milky Way. These survivors and astral beasts were all existences at the heavenly Tao realm without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of such figures. The scene was astounding. It was as though all of primordial chaos was in an uproar. Various overlords were rushing over and gathering. Following that, with their arrival, these old monsters finally saw Xian's figure in his bare form, as well as the final level, 31. Primordial pellet above his head. Short, after a momentary silence, gasps sounded like a tidal wave. All the heavenly Tao beasts and ferocious beasts trembled violently as they cried out in alarm. The primordial pellet tribulation's aura was astounding, attracting hundreds of old monsters from the left bank. The moment they arrived, they saw Xian in his bare form and the final level, 31 primordial pellet above his head. At the moment the precious pill entered their eyes, all the old monsters in the heavenly Tao shuddered violently. Then, there was a short period of dead silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose like a tidal wave. The old people's expressions changed, and they cried out involuntarily. Primordial pellet tribulation. This aura is right. It really is the primordial pellet tribulation. Heavens, it's actually not the master of the magic hall. Xian. This old man thought that he was refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir again. Who would have thought that the one I see here is a starry sky bear? Although it's not the master of the magic hall, Xian, this existence is not simple either. His cultivation is also at the peak of the heavenly Tao, at the peak of the 9th stage. Furthermore, it's extremely condensed. It's obvious that he's been in this state for a long time. I remember now. He's that starry sky bear, an existence that recently appeared on the left bank. He continuously challenged the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. It's said that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who is ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be him. None of this is important. The true key is this primordial pill tribulation. He's not the master of the magic hall, Xian, so he naturally wouldn't be refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Doesn't that mean that another supreme pellet that is comparable to the 9 heavenly Tao elixir has appeared on the left bank? There's finally another supreme resource that can help a peak heavenly Tao cultivator break through to the primordial Tao realm. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Ke refined back then was in a liquid state, so its medicinal effects were limited. However, the pellet refined by this starry sky bear seems to be in a solid state. No wonder it can attract the primordial pill tribulation. This is clearly a sign that the pellet's effects are stronger, and it's not just a little bit. Look at the purple gold pellet above his head. It's emitting such a dense primordial aura that far surpasses the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The existence that attracted the primordial pill tribulation must be this pellet. It's just a starry sky bear. yet his attainments in the Tao of alchemy are so formidable that even Hongke can't compare to him. I have a very strong premonition that if I can swallow this pellet, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through and step into the primordial Tao realm. I'll become a supreme grand Tao cultivator. Hiss! There's actually such a supreme pellet. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I don't dare believe it. However, the primordial pill tribulation can't be wrong. The aura of this pellet also explains the problem. This is definitely a supreme resource that's at the pinnacle for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. A pellet that can break through to the primordial Tao realm not long after swallowing it. It can save 1,000,000 years of seclusion required to consume the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. It absolutely can't be missed. Damn it. This starry sky bear actually used such a precious pellet to overcome the pill tribulation. What if it's destroyed? Even the words recklessly wasting can't describe it. He's truly daring. Even if he doesn't undergo the pill tribulation, he can still consume the pellet. There's no need for an existence of this level to undergo the baptism of the lightning tribulation. That's too risky. No matter what, we can't let him destroy this supreme pellet. This fellow's brain is damaged. He's really hot-headed. Instead of destroying it, why don't you give it to me? No one is to snatch it from me. Roar. Damn it, this fellow has made a move. He's already red-eyed and wants to snatch the pellet by force. We can't let him succeed. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Rumble. As cries of surprise rang out, the hundreds of heavenly Tao's old monsters that had gathered in a short period of time seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes were fixed on the last primordial pellet hanging above Yixian's head. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was rapid. This, among them, there were even a dozen old fellows who were too impatient. When they suddenly saw a supreme pellet that was even more shocking than the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, they could not hold it in any longer. As they raised their heads and roared, they immediately rushed towards Yixian. It was obvious that they had already made a move and wanted to forcefully seize the pellet. Among these dozen figures, there were heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts, and remnants of the heavenly Tao. Although Yixian's cultivation was extraordinary and was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, the people who made a move at this moment were all in this realm. In addition, the pellet moved people's hearts, and there were so many of them, so they were not afraid at all. At this moment, they surrounded Yixian and attacked him. They were too arrogant. You're courting death. Swoosh. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense rang out, and he waved his hand and kept the last primordial pellet hanging above the treasure into his body. In an instant, as the pellet was put away, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. The pill tribulation dissipated. Unless this supreme pellet that had not been baptized by the lightning tribulation was taken out again, it would not descend again. Bang! Rumble! After putting away the pellet, Yixian immediately made a move. After activating the Blood Sea secret technique, his body expanded in half a breath's time, reaching a height of 50 million kilometers. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he rushed out. As a cold light flashed in his eyes, he threw a punch at a heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was shooting towards him. There was a moment of suspense. This punch landed squarely on the other party's head. Although this heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, the difference in battle strength between him and Yixian was not small. He could not withstand such a terrifying punch at all. No. By the time everyone regained their senses, the old man's incomparably huge body had already exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in the void. At the same time, Yixian, who was in his violent bear form, suddenly waved his hand. The sound of a fierce wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, After this heavenly Tao, ferocious beast's body exploded. A few rays of light shot out and landed in the violent bear's hand. There were a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. The attack succeeded and directly killed the other party. This supreme power caused the surrounding void to once again ring out like a tidal wave. Those heavenly Tao old monsters who had been standing in the void and had yet to make a move trembled violently as they cried out in shock. However, Xian did not hesitate at all. He had just broken through, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, he had already refined a level 31 primordial pill. After swallowing one and going into seclusion, he already had the qualifications to break through to the primordial Tao realm after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, the primordial Tao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Xian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. There was clearly no other choice. Therefore, even if these heavenly Tao old monsters did not attack Xian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Hong 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 Hong. Hong the primordial Tao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Xian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. It could be said that even if these heavenly Tao old monsters did not attack first, Xian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Roar! Rumble! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the violent star bear, who was 50 million kilometers tall, raised its head and roared angrily. It took large strides forward in the void and arrived beside a remnant of the heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it directly threw a punch. Damn it, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack. Aren't you afraid of angering everyone and suppressing you? At this scene, the remnant old monsters' bodies trembled violently. Shock appeared on their faces as they cried out involuntarily, revealing their anger. Bang. Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him at all. This punch landed on the remnant old monster's body. His body was 50 million kilometers tall, and the surface of his fist was like the collapse of the sky, pressing down on the remnant old monster's body. In an instant, the remnant old monster's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist with a wave of his hand. This bloody mist was immediately put away by Xian. Following that was a storage magic treasure. There were some top-notch cultivation resources and a few portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid inside. The harvest was not bad. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. In less than 3 breaths, Xian had already attacked twice in succession and killed 2 heavenly Tao old monsters, a ferocious beast and a remnant. Out. He was too ruthless and decisive. He did not hesitate at all. This kind of method shocked the heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void. Their bodies trembled violently, and everyone's expressions changed again. Shocked cries filled the sky and earth. What? This violent bear is so violent. Under such circumstances, he actually attacked at lightning speed and killed 2 heavenly Tao old monsters in the blink of an eye. He's simply bold and presumptuous. Even if he can consecutively challenge the top 10 existences on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and has amazing combat power, he's all alone after all. How dare he face hundreds of heavenly Tao old monsters? Here comes another troublemaker. This guy is the same as Xian, the master of the magic hall back then. He's fearless and rampage without restraint. He doesn't even put hundreds of heavenly Tao old monsters in his eyes when he's alone. The key is that he actually put away that supreme treasure pill. This is clearly the rhythm of him wanting to take it for himself. Although he was the one who refined the supreme treasure pill, such a supreme resource should be obtained by the capable. The violent bear took the supreme treasure pill without permission. This is the rhythm of him becoming an enemy of everyone. Suppress him and seize the supreme treasure pill. Although there's only one, since he can refine one, he'll definitely be able to refine more. What happened to Xianxia, the master of the magic hall, can't happen again. No matter what, we have to capture this violent bear. We'll provide him with the pill materials and let him refine the supreme treasure pill. There's no room for discussion. Either he refined the pill for us, or we kill him. We can't get such a supreme treasure pill, but we can't let him enjoy it alone. Roar, ruthless rumble. Following that, cries of alarm rang out, and even more heavenly Tao old monsters rushed out in a flash. They swarmed toward Xianxia, who was in his violent bear form, from all directions. The power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. Their auras were fierce, and their eyes were as red as blood, revealing endless greed and brutality. This supreme treasure pill was indeed refined by this supreme one, but don't you think that you're going too far by forcefully seizing it? A cold light flashed, and Xianxia's incomparably cold words came out of the violent bear's mouth. In this world, the strong are respected. You want to rely on your numbers to suppress this supreme one? Today, this supreme one will let you understand that those who kill should be prepared to be killed in return. Boom! Rumble! Before his voice fell, Xianxia had already made his move. The violent bear, who was 50 million kilometers in size, directly teleported and appeared behind a heavenly Tao ferocious beast in the void to the right. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao great circle of the ninth stage. Originally, it was shooting over with a murderous aura, wanting to take advantage of Xianxia's unpreparedness to attack from the right. However, it encountered an inauspicious situation in an instant. Xianxia punched out, directly blasting its physical body, turning it into a bloody mist that spread out. This was a blatant lesson, a bloody and painful experience. Xianxia used facts to explain what he had just said. Those who wanted to kill had to be prepared to be killed in return. This was an unavoidable reality, and no one could not be aware of this. Oh, blood! The mist spread out, and in the next instant, Xianxia had already waved his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the howling wind, an incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was spreading out in the void was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. This, outside, when the heavenly Tao ferocious beast's physical body exploded, a few rays of light shot out and also landed in the violent bear's hands. They were a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. This was the additional benefit he had obtained from tempering himself through the bloody battle and digesting the previous breakthrough. Roar! Ruthless, this violent bear is too arrogant. He's outnumbered, yet he actually dares to say such words. Those who kill must first be prepared to be killed in return. This is truly a supreme, domineering aura that looks down on all directions. However, such words can't be said casually. One must have the strength to match it, or else it'll be a joke. He thinks of himself as the master of the magic hall, Xianxia. More than a year ago, the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, was surrounded by more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters. However, the final result was obvious to all. Even such a ferocious existence could only tuck its tail between its legs and take the initiative to be exiled into the endless primordial chaos, never to return. No matter how monstrous this violent bear is, how can it be compared to the infamous master of the magic hall, Xianxia? Today, he is so arrogant, he is destined to die here. With hundreds of us, we can suppress him in an instant. Boom! Rumble. Following these furious roars and howls, the heavenly Tao old monsters that were gathered in the surrounding space were all enraged. Without any hesitation, even more heavenly Tao beasts and remnant old monsters rushed out, activated the power in their bodies, and used all sorts of methods to continuously attack Xian. In the face of such a dangerous battle situation, any peak heavenly Tao old master of the ninth step would not be able to ignore it. They would definitely be shocked. However, Xian did not put it in his eyes at all. Facing nearly 100 figures that rushed over in an instant from all directions, the violent star bear's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was burning like fire, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. With a shake of its shoulders, its tyrannical figure that was 50 million kilometers long had already rushed into the densest area of the crowd. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. As the cold voice sounded, Xian did not hesitate at all. He clenched his fists and waved them out continuously. Void in the air, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a shocking, bloody battle in the void had just been drawn. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. Facing nearly 100 heavenly Tao old monsters that swarmed over from all directions, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent bear. Its cold and stern voice echoed in the void, and without any hesitation, it clenched its fists and waved Xian continuously. In the void, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a great bloody battle in the void had been drawn. Rumble bang. The aura was too strong, and the scene was too shocking. In the form of a violent bear, Xian, whose body was 50 million kilometers long, flashed to the side of the two surviving heavenly Tao old masters. This, one of the two old fellows, was a peak heavenly Tao old master at the great perfection of the ninth stage, while the other was only at the seventh stage of this realm. They actually did not have the slightest self-awareness. They must have relied on their numbers to clamor for Xian to rush to the peak of the heavenly Tao old master. They were simply courting death. Now, Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability and displaying the 9th transformation, his true combat strength could be considered outstanding even among the group of peak heavenly Tao old masters. There were very few who could be his opponent. The 2 consecutive punches from before had directly blasted 2 peak heavenly Tao old masters to death. This was clear proof. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the so-called late-stage heavenly Tao old master at the 7th stage was simply a joke. No, there was suspense. As violent bear's punch landed, the body of the 7th stage survivor instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other peak heavenly Tao old master at the great perfection of the 9th stage was not spared either. As the 2 of them exploded, a storage magic treasure fell out of each of them. With a wave of violent bear's hand, they were absorbed into his body along with the bloody mist formed by the explosion of their bodies. The 2 storage magic treasures both contained heavenly Tao origin liquid. One had 2 portions, while the other had 4 portions. The harvest was quite satisfactory to Xian. This was only the beginning. The battle continued. Facing more than 300 heavenly Tao old monsters, Xian was completely fearless. With a domineering aura, he charged in and out of the many heavenly Tao old monsters and the remnants of the heavenly Tao old monsters. He was like the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. From beginning to end, he did not meet a single opponent. Often, with a punch, he would immediately take a person's life and cause the heavenly Tao to fall. Hiss, hiss, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the crisp sound of something tearing through the air could still be heard, accompanied by a series of extremely sharp sounds. Left there were far more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters in the 3 regions of the shore. There were probably close to 10,000 of them. The news was spreading, so there were still heavenly Tao old monsters from various forbidden lands and star regions rushing over after hearing the news. Among them were the figures of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. They did not arrive at the same time. One appeared on the left, and the other appeared on the right. They were all at the end of the void and had just walked out of 2 void cracks. When they saw the shocking scene of the bloody battle in front of them, the expressions of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape changed drastically. They had become sworn brothers with Xian, so they were naturally worried about him. Here at this time, Xian had already stored the last level, 31 primordial pill that had yet to be baptized by the lightning tribulation into his body. The outside world had lost its connection to this primordial pill. The original primordial pill tribulation had already dissipated, and the rumbling of thunder could no longer be heard in the void. However, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had extraordinary statuses. They were the top 2 existences on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Naturally, there would be Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts who had arrived earlier who had some ties with them. Only with just a stretch of divine sense, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already understood the situation and everything that had happened earlier. At this time, they finally understood why the primordial pill tribulation had descended when Xian was comprehending the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by the ancestor of the remnant people, Hong Ke, more than 2 years ago. At that time, he had clearly not only comprehended the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by Hong Quebec. He must have used this refinement manuscript as a foundation to deduce a more perfect and heaven-defying primordial pill formula. At that time, what had attracted the primordial pill tribulation was not the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, but the primordial pill formula that he had comprehended. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds. The primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape looked at each other across the void. As they exchanged glances, their chests rose and fell violently, and their breathing quickened. Both of them were peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. They needed this kind of supreme pill to break through to the primordial Tao realm. Although, however, they didn't see the primordial pellet that Xian had absorbed into his body with a wave of his hand. However, they'd already heard about the general situation of this pellet from the other heavenly Tao old monsters that had arrived a step earlier. With the knowledge of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, they could naturally roughly analyze the medicinal effect of this supreme pill. If nothing unexpected happened, once they consumed this pill, it would most likely allow them to break through in a few hundred years. From then on, they would step into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao and become existences at the great Tao level. However, in reality, their estimations were off by too much. If this treasure pill was really consumed, it would allow the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm within a few years, becoming a supreme existence above the heavenly Tao. If the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape knew about this, the 2 old fellows would probably faint from happiness on the spot. They were different from the others. Not long ago, they had sworn brotherhood with Xian. Even if Xian only had 1 primordial pill in his hands now, he could still help them refine it in the future. No matter what kind of pill materials were needed, they would do their best to gather them. Right now, the most important thing was to protect Xian and leave this place. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were about to make a move, but at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Boom! Rumble. In the next moment, Xian arrived behind a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage. Originally, it was filled with killing intent, but in an instant, it encountered an ominous event. With a punch from the violent bear, it directly exploded its body, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Whoosh! Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Xian had already waved his hand. Following that, along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the boundless blood mist in the air and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the refinement of blood essence hiss. To be able to instantly kill a peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, great perfection, violent bear. Your combat strength has already surpassed that of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia. Unfortunately, this is meaningless. You will still be suppressed here. At the same time, a spatial crack appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from within. It was over 50 million kilometers tall, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast. It was the old monster of primordial chaos that had met Xianxia once more a year ago, the Nether Wolf. Chapter 5161. Rip, a crack in the void appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from it. It was more than 50 million miles long, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast, causing the heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void to subconsciously look over. This was a powerful space beast, and its entire body was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was the old monster of primordial chaos, the Nether Wolf, that had met Xianxia once more than a year ago. Finally, some of the old monsters of primordial chaos were alarmed. With the arrival of the Nether Wolf, the surrounding void instantly fell into silence, and the atmosphere became inexplicably oppressive and tense. Even the hundreds of heavenly Tao beasts and the old monsters of primordial chaos who were originally charging towards Xianxia and launching an encirclement stopped. Dark light flashed in their eyes as they looked towards the Nether Wolf with fear and trepidation. Far at the ends of the void on both sides, the primordial chaos old turtle and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who were originally about to rush out and cover Xianxia, were the same. The two of them looked at each other across the distant void and exchanged glances. The expressions on their faces became worried. They naturally understood how powerful and irresistible the old monster of primordial chaos was. At this moment, they began to worry deeply for Xianxia. They were even prepared to pay the price and use their strongest techniques. No matter what, they had to fight for a chance of survival for Xianxia and escape from this place. As a beast, you actually have such shocking attainments in the Tao of Pills. Even the old ancestor of the old monsters, Xianxia, is probably inferior to you. The Nether Wolf, who had just walked out of the crack in the void, stopped in the dark void more than 100 billion miles away. Its entire body was pitch black, but its pair of huge blood eyes were like two small blood-colored meteors. They flickered with a strange light as they locked onto Xianxia. Same as at this moment, the voice of his divine sense rang out again and enveloped the entire void. Although his voice was not loud, it revealed a formless and terrifying pressure, causing the hearts and minds of all the heavenly Tao old monsters in the distant void to tremble. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and in the future, refine a supreme treasure pill that will help me in the primordial chaos great Tao realm. I'll guarantee your safety. He was clearly trying to get Xianxia to surrender. His goal was to get Xianxia to refine pills and treasured medicines that would be beneficial even within the primordial chaos realm. This was expected, and neither Xianxia nor the other heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void were surprised. Neither, although Wolf had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm, becoming a great Tao realm expert, he was only at the beginning stages of the primordial chaos realm. Curl ignoring the few monstrous geniuses like Xianxia or existences who had great opportunities. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for even a heavenly Tao realm expert to break through a small realm. It was obvious that the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm was even more difficult. The underworld wolf had taken a fancy to Xianxia's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and subdued him. His goal was to have Xianxia refine a supreme treasure pill that could be used in the primordial Tao realm and increase the speed of his cultivation. Now that he had appeared, as well as those old monsters that had already stepped into the primordial Tao realm, but had yet to appear, he had become one of the best existences. If he really subdued Xian and made him a special refiner of treasured pills and treasure medicines under his command, Xian would undoubtedly become his exclusive property. It would be impossible for the other heavenly Tao old monsters to obtain such primordial chaos great Tao pills from him. Therefore, even though the various old monsters in the surrounding space did not dare to make a sound when they heard Abyss Wolf's words at this moment, displeasure appeared on their faces. All of them frowned. Obviously, they did not welcome Abyss Wolf, but they did not dare to say anything despite being angry. "You want to subdue me with just you? Aren't you being a little too whimsical?" Xian also curled his lips. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense rang out. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind a nearby heavenly Tao beast. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. Xian did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. This heavenly Tao beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Caught off guard, it instantly encountered an inauspicious event. Its body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Xian had already waved his hand at the same time. The howling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out. The boundless blood mist in the air swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the condensation of blood essence. In front of the Dark Wolf, Xian did not dare to offend him verbally, and even his actions did not put him in his eyes at all. He continued to do as he pleased, shocking everyone. "Brat, you're courting death. Roar!" as a grand mist old monster after the heavenly Tao, and under the watchful eyes of everyone. How could the Dark Wolf endure such humiliation? He instantly flew into a rage, raised his head and roared, and was about to attack Xian. Boom! Swish, swish, swish! At this moment, Xian moved. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a fraction of a second, it had already arrived in the dark void in front of the Dark Wolf. It was the 4th level 31 primordial pill that he had put away earlier that had yet to experience the pill tribulation. This action was out of everyone's expectations. All the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void were dumbfounded on the spot. Even the primordial old turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were stunned. The Dark Wolf, who was about to attack, was confused. He opened his mouth, and his face was full of suspicion. He thought that Xian was frightened by his roar and gave in on the spot. So he immediately handed over the precious pill. In fact, as Xian waved his hand and sent out this precious pill, the primordial pill tribulation that had originally dissipated in the void instantly appeared again. Moreover, due to the sudden pause earlier, the moment the primordial pill tribulation appeared, it immediately began to wreak havoc. The speed was too fast, and everything was too sudden. No one, including the Dark Wolf, expected that Xian would actually do such a thing at this moment. He casually threw out a supreme treasure pill that could allow a peak heavenly Tao great perfection 9th-stage expert to break through a large realm in a short period of time and step into the primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao great Tao. It could be said to be incomparably precious. Just like that, in the void, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky. There was also not a single thunderbolt exploding, and there was no tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion, and it did not seem to exist on the surface. But, in fact, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Xian's figure and aura. Of course, it also locked onto the level 31 primordial pill that he took out with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Xian was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. It also meant that the terrifying power of the primordial pill tribulation would be split into two. One would be aimed at Xian, and the other would be aimed at the level 31 primordial pill that was more than 100 billion kilometers away, coincidentally arriving at the level 31 primordial pill in the air 10 billion kilometers in front of the Dark Wolf when this pill was taken out again. The primordial chaos pill tribulation that had just dissipated not long ago appeared again in an instant. At this time, Xianxia was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial chaos pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. This also meant that the terrifying force of this primordial chaos pill tribulation would be divided into two parts. One part would strike toward Xianxia, while the other part would strike toward the level 31 primordial chaos pill that happened to be in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of the Dark Wolf. If that was really the case, then the primordial pellet that Xianxia casually threw away like a calamity would be meaningless. Even the full power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would not be able to severely injure the Dark Wolf, let alone the power of the pill tribulation being divided into two. Even if he was caught off guard by the primordial chaos tribulation force that was attracted by the level 31 primordial chaos pill in front of him, he would be implicated and split into two. At most, it would only cause him some superficial wounds. And this obviously would not satisfy Xianxia. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of the violent starry sky bear's mouth curled into a mysterious smile that could make one ponder. At the same time, Xianxia had also activated the power in his body to the limit. The perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was instantly activated. Buzz, following an incomparably low and weak buzzing sound. After the perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was activated, Xianxia's figure instantly disappeared. No, just like that, even his aura was completely restrained. It was incomparably perfect. Even the primordial chaos tribulation force of this pill tribulation could not sense it. It was intentional. The purpose of doing this was to prevent the power of the level 31 primordial chaos pill from splitting into two. If so, today he had done it. As the primordial chaos tribulation force of the pill tribulation lost its ability to sense him, the power of the pill tribulation force this time instantly poured towards the level 31 primordial chaos pill that was already 10 billion kilometers away from the Dark Wolf. This was obviously not all of Xianxia's preparations. Before he shot out this treasure pill, he had already left behind a strand of his divine sense in the treasure pill. This strand of divine sense had no other effect. Its only use was to detonate this treasure pill. A level 31 primordial chaos pill was indeed incomparably precious. Any heavenly Tao old monster, whether it was a fierce beast or a remnant, would go crazy for it. However, in Xianxia's eyes, this was just something that could be casually refined. As long as he gathered 81 portions of the heavenly Tao blood essence and heavenly Tao origin liquid and obtained the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, he could immediately start refining. Moreover, he already had 3 in his hands. These 3 level 31 primordial chaos pills had already undergone the baptism of the pill tribulation before the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void arrived. They were even more perfect, and their medicinal effects were even stronger. Moreover, no one in the outside world knew about this. Therefore, to Xianxia, although the 4th level 31 primordial chaos pill that he had shot out with a wave of his hand was equally precious, it was not that indispensable. At least in his opinion, if this treasure pill was the price to severely injure a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, it was definitely worth it. Of course, Xianxia never thought that he would be able to cause the underworld wolf to die on the spot. That was simply impossible. Even if the might of the pill tribulation and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the treasure pill were mixed together, it wouldn't be able to do so. However, as long as he could severely injure the Dark Wolf, his goal would be achieved. This old fellow was a primordial chaos Tao realm expert after the heavenly Tao. Under normal circumstances, even if Xianxia used his strongest ability, the heaven-falling bow, he would not be able to injure him at all. This was because he could not attack the other party at all. However, now, according to Yi Xian's estimations, the primordial chaos pill, tribulation, and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the level 31 primordial chaos pill was likely to be able to severely injure the Dark Wolf if the other party was caught off guard. At the very least, it was impossible for him to escape with light injuries. Although his heaven-falling bow was known as a supreme divine power, Yi Xian was still a heavenly Tao realm expert after all. He did not possess the power of primordial chaos. Therefore, when he used the heaven-falling bow, the arrow he shot out still had the power of the heavenly Tao realm. However, the primordial chaos pill tribulation had the power of primordial chaos. It was the same for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Therefore, it was very likely that it would cause damage to the Dark Wolf. Even if it was only a light injury to the Nether Wolf, it was enough for Yi Xian. It was absolutely extraordinary. The fact that a heavenly Tao realm expert could injure an old monster at the level of the primordial chaos great Tao was already shocking enough. Rumble. Bang! At that moment, the spiritual perception power Yi Xian left in the level 31 primordial chaos pill stirred. As a refiner of the pill, this was something he could easily do. It was extremely easy. The pill exploded as boundless energy surged out. Together with the formless primordial chaos pill tribulation powers that came crashing down, the two blended together and drowned the Dark Wolf's massive body. It was completely enveloped within Ao Wu roar. In that area, the vast space of 10 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the violent and devastating energy. It was impossible to see what was happening inside, but the miserable howls of the Abyss Wolf could be heard instantly. It was slightly mournful, and it was closely followed by a shocking roar. It was a furious roar, and it was filled with endless resentment. Everything sounded long, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. The various heavenly Tao old monsters around the void failed to react in time. They never expected such a situation to happen. Even the primordial chaos old turtle and heaven suppression sacred ape were petrified. They knew that Yi Xian was unruly, but they never expected him to take the initiative to scheme against primordial chaos old monster and attack a supreme existence at that level. This wasn't just gutsy. It was practically the rhythm of having guts all over his body. After a brief moment of silence, the heavenly Tao old monsters around the void finally reacted to what had happened. As their bodies trembled, all of them drew a cold gasp. Amidst their shock, they exclaimed like a tidal wave. Immediately, they boomed in an overwhelming manner. The entire endless void was in an uproar. Heavens, what happened? Could it be that this old man is hallucinating? What shot out from the astral bear's hand was that treasure pill from before. The treasure pill's appearance instantly attracted the dissipated primordial chaos pill tribulation. There's no mistake about it. It exploded. The treasure pill exploded. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? It was not easy for him to refine such a supreme treasure pill. He is also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. He also needs this item, but he actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. What do you know? This is a truly wise move. After all, it has already alarmed the primordial chaos old monster. This astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. To the astral bear, this is obviously the best opportunity to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? He actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. This is a truly wise move. The astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. This is obviously the best opportunity for him to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. Damn it, the astral bear is escaping. Fellow Taoists attack. We definitely can't let him escape. Otherwise, the final outcome will be the same as the Magic Hall Master, Xianxia. Back then, we missed the Nine Heavens Great Tao treasure liquid. Today, we definitely can't miss this supreme primordial chaos pill. Roar. Ruthless boom. Rumble. As the sudden change occurred, the surrounding void instantly fell into chaos. There was an uproar, and all the heavenly Tao old monsters were anxious. In an instant, more than 100 of them attacked Xianxia at the same time to prevent him from escaping, while the Abyss Wolf old monster was still trapped in the area where the pill tribulation was wreaking havoc and had yet to disperse. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. A heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was the closest to Xianxia, just over 2 billion miles away, opened its bloody mouth. Its fangs were dense as it tried to bite Xianxia, who was in the form of a violent bear. This was a peak heavenly Tao great perfection 9th stage, but it clearly knew its own limits. It knew that it didn't have the ability to swallow Xianxia in one bite. Therefore, at this moment, it opened its bloody mouth to bite Xianxia's shoulder. If it wanted to use this method to hold him back and not let him leave, it would be enough to achieve its goal. Are you courting death? That's fine. I'll fulfill your wish as you wish. Rumble bang. When it saw this scene, an incomparably cold light flashed across the violent bear's eyes. Xianxia did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. An earth-shattering roar sounded without any suspense. This heavenly Tao, ferocious beast, had encountered an ominous situation in an instant. His physical body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in all directions. Whoosh! When the bloody mist from the explosion of its physical body spread out, Xianxia immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic, invisible force whistled out. Void, the majestic blood mist that was spreading in the air, was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the Central Region volcano in the cauldron space. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid shot over. It could be considered an additional gain, and Xianxia absorbed them all into his body. Boom! At the same time, a blood-colored battle axe that was as large as a meteor and over 10 million kilometers long descended from the sky and struck Xianxia's left shoulder. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, this blood-red battle axe was as heavy as a star, and there was a special light flickering on the axe blade. Obviously, it was extremely sharp. Therefore, when this axe chopped down, Xianxia's left shoulder was immediately split open. The flesh was not shallow, and the golden shoulder bone inside could be seen. There was even golden blood sputtering out. It was simply a shocking sight. It was not a serious injury, just a minor injury, but it was not very good. It made Xianxia, who was originally overbearing and arrogant, suddenly look extremely embarrassed. This made him extremely angry. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Violent Bear immediately turned to look in the direction where the blood-red giant axe came from. This more than 20 billion miles away in that direction, the figure of a remnant powerhouse could be seen. With a ferocious face, he was grinning at Xianxia. It was a peak Tian Dao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Although he was a remnant powerhouse, his figure was tall and muscular, and his vitality was extremely rich. He was obviously an existence that was known for his strength. The blood-red battle axe that was now chopping Xianxia's shoulder was his battle weapon. Its power was so strong that it made people look askance. Turn, at the same time, Violent Bear raised his right hand, grabbed the handle of the blood-red battle axe, and directly pulled it off his left shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme, and he directly threw it out with a backhand. A roar shook the sky and the void. The blood-red battle axe that was tens of millions of miles long turned into a blood-red light. Its momentum was faster than when it came, and its aura was more fierce. 20 billion miles away, the remnant Tiandao, who was grinning at Yixian, had a drastic change in his expression, and his figure was about to retreat in an instant. However, he soon realized that it was too late. His chi was locked, and no matter which direction he retreated in, he could not avoid the blood-red battle axe that was shooting at him. Even more, what made him despair was that the speed of this battle axe was far from what an ordinary peak Tiandao could compare to. Even if he fully activated the power in his body, he could not compare at all. How can you be so strong as a peak Tiandao, who is also at the peak of the 9th stage? No. Bang! Under the despair in his heart, the remnant of the heavenly Tao raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. However, before he could finish speaking, Yixian shook his hand and threw the blood-colored battle axe in front of him. The blood-colored battle axe directly exploded into a bloody mist that spread out. This time, because the distance was too far, Yixian was too lazy to collect the majestic bloody mist that was formed after his body exploded. In any case, it was just a remnant Tiandao. No matter how rich his vitality was, he could not refine a Tiandao blood essence. So if it was a waste to waste it, roar. Damn guy, you actually injured this venerable at practically the exact same moment. A furious roar that shook the heavens suddenly exploded in the space over 100 billion kilometers to the right, and it was closely followed by a roar that was filled with boundless indignation. In just a short while, the majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet had already dissipated. Even the might of the pill tribulation that descended from the primordial void had also dissipated. The chaotic void that originally enveloped an area of 10 billion miles gradually calmed down, and the figure of the Netherwolf appeared. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its originally pitch-black fur without a single strand of mixed hair was clearly nearly half stained with blood, exuding a black-gold aura. The majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet and the pill tribulation contained pure primordial chi. He was caught off guard and was injured. Although he was not seriously injured, from the few huge wounds on his body, his injuries were clearly not light. It should be between a serious injury and a light injury. At this moment, as the raging and violent energy dissipated, the figure of the Netherwolf appeared and immediately locked onto Yixian's figure and chi. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless resentment, and the voice of the divine sense was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Wild Bear, you have successfully angered this venerable. Seeing that you are still useful, I will not kill you today, but you can't escape even if you have wings. Who said that this venerable is going to escape? Yixian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. The voice of the divine sense was filled with endless disdain. Today, fellow Taoists from all over have gathered here. It's a rare occasion. This venerable wants to take this opportunity to charge into the supreme primordial void after the heavenly Tao. Chapter 5162. Who said I'm going to escape? Yixian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. His divine sense voice was filled with endless disdain. It's a rare occasion for all the fellow Taoists to gather here today. I want to take this opportunity to break through to the supreme primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao. Whoosh, walala. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian immediately made his move. A ray of light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. As it expanded in the wind, the sound of waves of flames could be heard. This 10-colored ray of light turned into a gorgeous 10-colored sea of flames. And in half a breath, it expanded and shrank, turning into a gigantic 10-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Yixian, who was in the form of Violent Bear, was completely enveloped and disappeared. All of this had been prepared by Yixian. He had long expected that the appearance of the level 31 primordial chaos pill would definitely attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. The terrifying power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would definitely attract the heavenly Tao's old monsters, and the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank. Once the old monsters of primordial chaos arrived, he would no longer be able to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would not be activated again. Even if the number of heavenly Tao old monsters increased to more than 100, they would still be able to cause complete chaos in the void, causing Xianxia to lose the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to the system in his body and escape. So, Xianxia didn't have the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability within his body. Therefore, after deriving the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, even if Xianxia had already gathered all the ingredients needed to refine a primordial chaos pill, he had not started refining it. While he was constantly searching for the top 10 beasts on the Heavenly Tao's ferocious beast list on the left bank, and fighting with these powerful ferocious beast old monsters. He used this method to seek opportunities to break through as soon as possible. Straight now that his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Tao realm, he could consume a grade 31 primordial chaos pellet and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. Only then did he begin to refine the primordial chaos pellet. Now, the appearance of the primordial pill was just as Xianxia had guessed. It had attracted a large number of heavenly Tao old monsters, including the primordial chaos old monsters who came after the heavenly Tao. The Nether Wolf had only arrived first. The other 12 primordial chaos old monsters would arrive one after another. However, in the face of such a situation, even if he no longer had the opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement, Xianxia was not anxious at all. Here when he summoned the 10 colored flames, it turned into a sea of flames and formed a fireball that enveloped himself. In fact, it was a form of protection. Although Xianxia was trapped here and could not leave with the 10 colored flames, the heavenly Tao old monsters and primordial chaos old monsters outside could not do anything to him. They could only surround him heavily. Xianxia, who was inside the 10 colored flames, would immediately consume a level 31 primordial chaos pellet under the protection of the fireball and break through to the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a supreme existence of the great Tao realm. Even if he removed the 10 colored flames that protected him, he would no longer have to fear. No, yes, Xianxia was well aware of all this, but the various heavenly Tao old monsters in the void outside the 10 colored flames, including the primordial chaos old turtle, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, and the nether wolf, were all kept in the dark. At this moment, when they heard Xianxia say such grand words, that he had just refined the primordial chaos pellet, he was actually going to break through in public and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. And he had even summoned the 10 colored flames that was a legendary existence even in the endless years of the primordial era. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao were stunned at first, but then their bodies trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock that were like a tide instantly resounded in the sky and earth, filling the entire vast void. Heavens, the nether wolf is actually in such a sorry state, almost to the point of being heavily injured. This is a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, a supreme existence of the great Tao realm. He was actually caught off guard and injured by the violent bear. This is truly heaven-defying, breaking through to the primordial chaos realm. This violent bear has such big words. He actually wants to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in public. Wasn't the primordial chaos pellet he just refined already destroyed? Furthermore, even with such a heaven-defying treasure pill, it would take at least 100 years to successfully break through. Where did he get the confidence to break through in public? 10 colored flames? Hiss, this is the legendary top-notch flame. Even the Shinong 9 colored flames is far inferior to it, and it actually appeared. Where did this violent bear come from? He actually has such a strange flame in his hand, but he has always been unknown. This is simply impossible, too strange. This venerable one has a bad feeling, as if everything that happened today had already been planned. From the beginning to the end, this violent bear did not panic in the slightest. Could it be that everything was within his expectations or even control? If that's really the case, then it's too terrifying. At the very least, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence in successfully breaking through. Heavens, this is too shocking. What a familiar feeling, as though I've seen it before. Furthermore, the 10 colored flames are too stunning. I have a bold guess. Could it be formed from the fusion of the Shinong 9 colored flames and the Red Lotus karmic fire? Are you saying that this violent bear is actually the magic hall's owner, Xian? Heavens, we actually forgot about him. Although the possibility isn't high, it's definitely not impossible. If the violent bear is really the magic hall's owner, Xian in disguise, how did he return from the primordial chaos turbulence? A heavenly Tao realm expert shouldn't have such means. Roar, screech, screech. Along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, the abyss wolf, who had suddenly fallen into a daze, finally regained his senses. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. The killing intent in his body had reached its peak at this moment. 10 colored flames? It's actually 10 colored flames. Darn it, it must be you. You actually returned from the primordial chaos turbulence. As a peak heavenly Tao realm expert who had reached the great circle of the 9th step millions of years ago, he naturally knew how terrifying the 10 colored flames were. Even a great Tao expert at the primordial chaos realm wouldn't dare touch it lightly. In other words, he could only watch as the suspected magic hall's owner, Xian, roamed freely under the protection of the 10 colored flames. However, he was completely helpless and could do nothing. At the same time, inside the 10 colored flames, Xian immediately returned to his human form. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Shinong treasured cauldron. With a flash, he appeared at the cauldron's mouth, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged. Phew. This breakthrough was a decision he made after careful consideration. Therefore, there was no reason for him to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Streaks of light shot out. They were all resources he retrieved from the undying world in his body. He was going to use them for this breakthrough. Not only were there 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, they were all top-grade items. The most important resource was a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In order to ensure success, Xian had invested a lot in this breakthrough. He couldn't fail. He had to succeed inside the 10 colored flames. The Shinong treasured cauldron floated in the center. Xian, who had returned to his human form, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. In front of him floated a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, including a level 31 primordial chaos pill. These resources were all prepared for this closed-door cultivation to break through to the great Tao realm. After everything was ready, Xian's eyes flashed. The power of the cauldron's domain was activated. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. Then, some of the cultivation resources melted in Xian's mouth. A majestic river of energy quickly flowed through Xian's body. The expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. There was only one shackle this time. However, it was much thicker than before. It was almost as thick as the spine of Xian's physical body. After all, he was on a break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. It was only natural that such a thick shackle would appear in his body. However, Xian didn't take it to heart. No matter how thick it was just a shackle. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to break through successfully. From then on, his cultivation would break through to the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm. From then on, he would become a supreme existence at the great Tao realm. He quickly calmed himself down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Closing his eyes, he immediately activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body over and over again. This time, other than the chaos medicine and other top-grade cultivation resources that were usually used for breaking through, Yi Xian not only swallowed 10 supreme-grade heavenly Tao blood essences, but he also swallowed a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In addition, the breakthrough this time was to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. The shackles in his body were extremely thick. Therefore, as the large circulation started, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an intense pain. It was so intense that even he almost couldn't bear it. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. Gradually, the beads of cold sweat on Yi Xian's forehead disappeared. His tightly knitted brows also slowly relaxed. He forgot about the pain and gradually entered a good state. Then, as time passed, he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shinnong treasure cauldron. His body glowed with endless light. He had completely forgotten about everything else and had completely lost consciousness of time. After an unknown amount of time, the great river of energy formed in the meridians of his body was finally completely refined. After that, with just one strike of the accumulated energy, the incomparably thick shackles broke with a sound. At this moment, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. He had finally broken through to the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. This was the highest level of cultivation in the primordial chaos void. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial chaos era were only at this level of cultivation. Also, in other words, the current Yi Xian was already standing on the same level as the chaos demon gods. Of course, even in the primordial chaos realm, they were strong and weak. He had just broken through, and his cultivation was at level 1 of the primordial chaos Tao realm, the weakest existence in the primordial chaos Tao realm. This matter, in fact, among the chaos demon gods, even if they were at the peak of the primordial chaos great Tao realm, there were strong and weak existences. This was related to the power of the primordial chaos law that they controlled. Dang! However, the peak of the primordial chaos great Tao realm was still too far away from the current Yi Xian. He had just entered this realm and was only at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Tao realm. However, he still had the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation. After activating it, his cultivation level would increase by a small level. After that, each transformation would increase his cultivation level by 1 level. Also, this meant that after the breakthrough, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was still at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Tao realm, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation, his cultivation level would instantly reach level 2 of the primordial chaos great Tao realm. If he were to use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the first transformation, his cultivation would increase by another level, reaching the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm. At this rate, when he reached the 7th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th level of the Grand Mist realm. However, this should be the end. After the primordial chaos great Tao realm, there was still the supreme chaos great Tao realm. The 8th transformation would most likely be suppressed by the chaos great Tao realm, including the 9th transformation. No, it didn't matter. The primordial chaos great Tao realm was the highest cultivation level in the primordial chaos great Tao realm. In the entire primordial chaos great Tao realm, not a single chaos great Tao realm expert had been born in the primordial chaos great Tao realm for countless years. As long as Yi Xian was able to reach the peak of the great Tao of the 9th step of the Grand Mist realm, he would be able to run amok in this vast and boundless Grand Mist void. He would be able to sweep through everything without any fear. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shenong treasure cauldron, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, although he had not activated the bloodline ability of the 9-devil ape transformation in his body, he already had a very strong intuition. The suppression of the great Tao that had always existed had completely disappeared as his cultivation level officially broke through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm. And moreover, perhaps it was because he had already broken through the heavenly Tao realm and entered the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. But he could clearly feel that the primordial chaos great Tao realm outside the treasure cauldron was surging into his body. It was slowly but continuously changing his physical body, and even his soul, was undergoing a transformation and sublimation. Feeling the transformation of his soul, and physical body, Yi Xian was enlightened. He understood that he could not activate the bloodline ability of the 9-devil ape transformation because he had just entered the primordial chaos great Tao realm. The primordial chaos great Tao realm outside the treasure cauldron was still changing his soul, and physical body. This process was slow and long, and it was far from over. The strength of his physical body was only comparable to his actual cultivation level, which was the primordial chaos great Tao realm. If he forcefully activated the bloodline ability of the 9-devil ape transformation, his physical body would not be strong enough. Even if Yi Xian could display the strength of a primordial chaos great Tao realm level 2, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Moreover, it was very likely that it would affect his body to a certain extent because his physical body could not withstand this level of strength. Only just the activation of the 9-devil ape transformation's bloodline ability was already like this. If this bloodline ability was activated to the first transformation, the second transformation, or even higher levels, the situation would obviously be even more obvious. Mind upon realizing this, Yi Xian frowned and murmured worriedly. It seems that activating the 9-devil ape transformation's bloodline ability will take some time. This is going to be troublesome. At the same time, outside the 10-colored fireball, as he successfully broke through and entered the primordial realm, becoming a supreme existence at the level of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao old monsters and the primordial chaos old monsters who gathered in the void around him also completely exploded in an instant. The primordial chaos Tao realm was no small matter. Even Hong Ke, the ancestor of the remnant people from 1,000,000 years ago, had created the 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir, which allowed the 2 sides of the Milky Way to finally have the only supreme cultivation resource that was helpful for stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, even if there was enough 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir to consume, the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm would easily require millions of years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. The level 31 primordial chaos elixir refined by Yi Xian was clearly far more helpful in breaking through to the primordial chaos Tao realm than the 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir that Hong Ke had created back then. In particular, the primordial chaos elixir that Yi Xian swallowed this time was an item that had undergone the baptism of the primordial chaos elixir tribulation. It could be said to be the best of the best, and its medicinal effects were even more prominent. Even so, after swallowing this primordial chaos elixir and going into seclusion in the 10-colored fireball, Yi Xian still spent nearly 2 years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and spend 2 years in seclusion. This was indeed a little surprising to Yi Xian. He originally thought that he would be able to smoothly break through in about a year and come out of seclusion. However, to the various old monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Nether Wolf, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, this short 2 years was completely negligible. Compared to the 1,000,000 years after consuming the 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir, it was simply too fast. Over the years, there had been more and more old monsters gathered around this void. When Yi Xian took out the 10-colored flames and turned them into a fireball to protect himself, Only the netherwolf of the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank of the Milky Way arrived. However, later on, the other 12 old monsters of primordial chaos arrived one after another, including the black-blooded blue crocodile that Xianxia had met before. These 13 old monsters of primordial chaos stood guard in the void hundreds of billions of miles away from the 10-colored fireball. Each of them occupied a corner. This was the inner encirclement. Outside the outer encirclement was around 500 billion miles away from the 10-colored fireball in the void. Surrounding them were the old monsters of heavenly Tao from the various forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts and the remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were both heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts, and remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were already more than 1,000 of them. Among them were the old turtle of primordial chaos and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who had sworn brotherhood with Xianxia not long ago. They were famous existences among the more than 1,000 old monsters of heavenly Tao. However, when faced with the netherwolf, the black-blooded blue crocodile, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos, they could only retreat to the second encirclement 500 billion miles away. In fact, other than the old monsters of heavenly Tao, there were also a large number of mighty figures and desolate venerables in the void a trillion miles away. They did not have the qualifications to participate in this matter at all. They could only watch from afar in the void a trillion miles away. Over the past 2 years, although the old monsters of heavenly Tao, who were in the second encirclement 500 billion miles away, did not have the qualifications or opportunity to make a move, the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos who were in the inner encirclement only a trillion miles away from the 10-colored fireball had all made a move without exception. However, the power of the 10-colored flame was too shocking. Just the Shinnong 9-colored flame was enough to make all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao fear it. After reaching the level of the 10-colored flame, even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao would not dare to touch it lightly. Therefore, even though the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos had all tried to attack the 10-colored fireball, wanting to destroy it and capture Xianxia, who was protected by the fireball, they only used various long-range attacks from 100 billion miles away. They did not dare to directly approach and face the 10-colored fireball head-on. Although this long-range energy attack was extremely terrifying because it came from the hands of the old monsters of primordial chaos, it could only make the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shake violently. In fact, over the past 2 years, although the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shook violently from time to time, under the protection of the Shinnong Cauldron's domain, the 10-colored fireball had never truly collapsed. All of this, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the 10-colored fireball at the mouth of the Shinnong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, had already expected this before he entered seclusion. But as his seclusion began, his mind was completely immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything around him. Xianxia no longer sensed anything that was happening outside the fireball. He was completely unaware of it. From then on, time slowly passed. Xianxia's body was filled with top-grade resources like the Chaos Herbs, Heavenly Tao Blood Essence, and a level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. They were gradually refined in his limbs and meridians, fusing into his body. During this process, his sea of consciousness and body were undergoing a baptism and transformation, transforming from the Heavenly Tao realm to the Primordial Chaos realm. Following that, with the advancement of this transformation, Xianxia's body began to emit the Primordial Chaos aura after the Heavenly Tao. It was very weak in the beginning, but it continued to rise. Later on, it became richer. The rich Primordial Chaos aura emitted from the Shinnong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. It reached the 10-colored fireball outside the cauldron and enveloped the 500 million kilometer void. Following that, it spread out from the fireball's void. It was first detected by the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos that were surrounding the fireball, causing their expressions to change abruptly. No, after a long while, It was detected by the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the second layer of the encirclement 500 billion kilometers away. When these heavenly Tao old monsters realized what was happening, their reactions were even more intense. Nearly all of them trembled violently as their breathing quickened. This was what they were most looking forward to. Unfortunately, it wasn't happening to them. 2 years passed in a flash. With the end of Yixian's seclusion, he successfully broke through the heavenly Tao and stepped into the primordial chaos realm, becoming a supreme existence at the great Tao level. The primordial chaos aura that emanated from his body finally reached a peak state. Rumble. Boom! At that moment, the primordial chaos void outside the 10-colored fireball sensed it. High in the dark void, there was suddenly an earth-shattering rumble of thunder without any warning. However, although the sound of the thunder was alarming, there wasn't a single tribulation cloud in the void. There was nothing. This was a sign that the primordial chaos, lightning tribulation, was about to descend. The primordial chaos, lightning tribulation was not like the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although the primordial chaos pill tribulation also contained the power of primordial chaos, its power was limited. It was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial chaos lightning tribulation. The power of the primordial chaos lightning tribulation was even more powerful. It was a baptism and test that a peak heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection would experience after successfully breaking through the heavenly Tao and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm. The appearance of this primordial chaos lightning tribulation meant that a primordial chaos old monster was about to appear. In other words, the violent bear in the 10-colored fireball had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after a short 2 years of seclusion. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Whether it was the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos like the netherwolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile, or the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the second layer of encirclement, all of them trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily.